Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, April the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. A couple of yeses again to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. Um, Trade of the week. Just talk a little bit about the trade of the week. The trade of the week is SLB. Trade of the week is SLB. Suggested entry is 55.50. Again, if you trade it, how you trade it will be up to you. I can see what Steve is looking at. To me, if it could take out, there's a little high up here, 55.70. And when you look left on the weekly chart, and there is room to about 57.47, so a couple of dollars. So anyway, that is the trade of the week. Morning, everyone. So YouTubers can hear me, great. Again, any audio issues, just let me know. Now, this one AUUD is so far the star of the day. Okay, it is up 157%. So I had to look to see what they do, and they've got some kind of an AI patent. What surprises me, though, is that for paid subscribers to get AM FM for free, for free, taking out ad, I mean, it's a subscription based AM FM ad free. Who the heck listens to AM FM anymore? That's what was surprising to me. But anyway, for whatever reason, this is just ripping here. Probably a low float. Yeah, one of these really, really low floats. 740,000 in the float. Now, when I look at the weekly chart, yeah, I mean, it's got some room to, what's that high right there? 429. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. 375, actually. 375 is the next high in the weekly chart that I can see. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Again, I'm trying to figure out this business model they got. This one, LGVN, I saw this one after hours on Friday. Almost took it. I thought, you know what? I almost took it, but that almost doesn't count. But I saw this one after hours, LGVN. You can see the move area, my 15-minute chart, big pop up. It's kind of held. I mean, the absolute high post market was around 437. So this morning it got up to 478, kind of holding. Another low float. And this is they've sent out some kind of a letter to their shareholders highlighting corporate strategy, clinical pipeline, etc. And that was on Friday afternoon, Friday after the market had closed. UCAR out of China, I believe. Yeah, out of China. Big gap up, 70%. Did see some news. Power shares are trading higher after the company double announced, where's your proofreading? Company announced that its battery swapping and sharing model for two-wheeled, et cetera, is poised for a formal commercial rollout. So that is the deal with UCAR. Okay, PG asking for. So here are my scans. I'm gonna post my homepage link in. You can find my scans here, including you're talking about the combo scan. I'll post it in all the rooms. Okay. All right. So if you do click on my homepage link, you're looking for my scans. Scroll down until you see the scan section. This is the middle section right here. Click here, and then the bottom right is the combo scan that you were looking for, okay? Okay, so you're not a subscriber then to Trade Ideas, I'm assuming. You just subscribe to the swing picks. I'm just looking at your comment there. I have no idea how quickly you get it after you subscribe, but that's all you've subscribed to, right? You're not a you are not a Trade Ideas subscriber to anything else other than these swing picks? Hmm. Well, if you got everything, then here's just go click on new. You don't have to wait. Click on new and then dock channel bar. Okay. And the swing picks are, you will be able to find where is it? There you are. Swing picks. Okay. Just go ahead and go to swing picks on the channel bar and they're there. You don't have to wait for anything. Usually they're there Sunday night, but this is just a part of the channel. Okay. So click on your channel bar, new channel bar, and then scroll down to where you see swing picks, and here they are. Okay, you don't have to. You're not going to get. Yeah, I wasn't even. In fact, I wasn't not 100% sure you get them emailed if you were a subscriber. I know you used to not get them. When I say you, to everybody, but maybe they are emailing to everybody. But anyway, it's a channel. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if they're considered swing picks or not. I know that's something that Andy puts together. Probably they are. Yeah, it's a pet peeve of mine, that you have to click on the show more to see all the channels. I don't know why they think that's a good thing to do. Okay, well, PG, did you click all you had to do is just click on my homepage link, okay? Click on my homepage link and, go to the scan section. Hopefully, you saw what I was doing, answering somebody in the support questions. Okay, great. So let's take a look at a couple other things here. Perry, guys, PERI getting a slam down. They've slashed their 2024 forecast. I guess they don't actually release earnings until May the 1st, but they're prepping the market, suggesting it not going to be great. So that's the reason for Perry, PERI, being down as much as it is. It's a big drop, 37%. Let's take a look. Is AEHR still doing anything? Sorry, AEHL. Yeah, I don't see it anymore. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Still up 25%. AEHL. Don't know if I had could see any news. That's about it, guys. I mean, other than the AUUD, which obviously we have to keep an eye on, and the LGVN, some of the flyers from last week, XXII, big mover on Friday, but it is now down 33%. We are in for a positive open on the SPY, not a hugely positive one, but nonetheless positive. Yeah, that is one that I have thumbnailed. By the way, where the heck is Draw? I miss him. Draw and Casa in the pre-market with all their postings. Yeah, the DXYZ still hanging in there. It's up 8%. It's had a unbelievable 2 weeks. Went from the bottom here, looks like the bottom was around $8, got all the way up to $75, $76. I'm seeing a little pop here for VVPR, guys. This is another one I have thumbnail, and I see that it's yeah, VVPR. Wow, not a little one. Big pop now announces further strategic direct investment in Tembo. Tembo. Okay, so big, big, big move here. Look at the volume that came in. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a daily chart right here, but yeah, the volume is well, okay, the volume is just starting to pick up, 63,000 shares. But look at the size of this 15-minute candle. Or- Yeah, you're talking about not really, Richard. You're talking about emails and things like that. All right. Well, let me do a reset. It should be perfect. Okay. Okay. I just did a reset. Let me know now, Jay. It should not degrade at all. Okay. I mean, when you say send, you can use your browser and your iPhone. Okay. But if you're talking about, if you're talking about, getting emails and things like that, no, Richard. But you can use your browser on your iPhone, and you can have the lists. I mean, you can go to our homepage. All right, guys, let's take a look here. Anything else? I'm just not seeing too much terribly interested in. I'll take a look now. The dock channel bar. Actually, let's check out the. So I'm going to check out the major sectors right now. Now, this is in the tree map format, and I'm sure you hear my computer whining away. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Okay. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, and 50-50. That's a little unusual. Usually we see either 100% one direction or the other. So what that 50-50 means, make sure that's correct. Yeah. What the 50-50 means is that 50% of the stocks are above Friday's close, 50% are below. And it's a little bit strange. Usually it's closer to 100% either direction. Let's take a look at, so you can see the technology 85%, communications 80%. So you can see that most of the sectors now, of course, are above, or at least in the 50% and above. Even well, here's utilities 50-50 also. Again, this is all pre-market. We take a look at some of the ETF on the ETF watch, FDN. Yeah, I don't know too much about these. So there's gold, GLD. Okay, what I want to do now though is I want to take a look at XLU to see what it is doing. It was the only really only one of the major sectors that was kind of close to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so you can see it there. Most of the other ones you would not even be able to see the 200 moving average, 200-day moving average. Take a look at XLK technology. You're going to see what I'm talking about. So you can't even see it here. So the 200-day moving average is at 183, way down here. Ooh, having problems logging in. Okay, so the best thing to do, I'm going to give you our homepage. People are there, okay? Hassan, when I say there are people from accounting there that can, hopefully they can help you. Pretty sure they can help you. So just give me a moment. All right, so there's the homepage link. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see, okay? Click on the need help. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, click on need help and then click on ask, then click on the chat, okay? And then give them your email address so they can take a look at your account to figure out what's going on, okay? Sound any better, Jay? Okay. Okay. All right, guys. See if anything else. I think this is under a dollar. I may be wrong. TPCS. I am wrong. I actually saw this, but I thought didn't like the way this 15-minute what that 15-minute chart looked like previous days. But anyway, TPCS though, mini rip mode now, guys. On the 15, 62,000 shares have traded. Float is probably low. Yes, 8 million in the flow. So this is the news for TPCS. Shares are trading higher after the company announced the termination of the agreement. So they were going to acquire a company and they've terminated it. So I guess shareholders like that. I guess no dilution, or they didn't like it in the first place. Anyway, that is the reason for the TPCS pop. And this, actually, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Very interesting. Not that I want to short it right now or ever, but there are shorts available for me. Well, did you get the email? Question in our YouTube room. Can I talk about the trade of the week, SLB? Did you get the email? I mean, I don't create them. Steve creates them. He lays it out in the email. So there's not much more I can add to it. He says, suggested entry at 55.50. Not much more I can add to it. If you have the email, just read through the email. It explains why he chose it. What I said was maybe wait for a little bit later. I mean, there's a weekly high right there, but I mean, it's up to you. And if it does take out that 55, 60 odd area, then there is a couple of dollars to the next high on the weekly chart. But really, I can't really add much more. I typically don't trade the trades of the week. Not because they're not good or anything like that, but they're more designed for swing trading. And I'm just not that big a swing trader. But okay. AUUD just making another new high, guys. So on that weekly chart, I think it's just 375. So it's above that weekly high. The next weekly high is 429, 429, and then 458. Not saying it's going to get to any of these levels, but then again, I have to admit, I don't quite. I mean, I understand what they say. It received a US patent for the core AI technology it uses in its flagship app to deliver ad-free AM, FM radio stations to paid subscribers. I'm surprised there's a market for that, but hey, I guess there's a market for it. Oh, yeah, Neil, I get so few comments. So, yeah, it's right here. It's right here. Now, well, the question is, how do I get now? I'll have this up and running in about 5 minutes, but here it is. Relative strength leaders from the close. Okay, so I'm going to share this. But as always, you must have the latest. I'm getting tired of this. I really am because the other guys are also showing top lists with heat maps or with tree maps, and I saw so many emails coming in over the weekend. Hey, I can't see it. And the reason being is that you have to be on our latest beta in order to have this option. So again, if you right click on this is all this is a top list window. If I right click on it and I uncheck show tree map, this was the typical presentation of a top list window. You can still see it like this if that's what you want, but I much prefer this version of it. I right click. Now, if I right click on any top list window, and if I don't have this option that says show tree map, you must have the latest beta, okay, from Trade Ideas. And then that'll display it like this, okay? And if you click on my homepage link, if you click on my homepage link, right at the top there is down. Wow, look at this AUUD continuing. If you click on download, and there it is, download beta, okay? Download beta. Hopefully, this will get moved to like what we call the production version very soon. So I don't have to keep doing this. Okay? Well, unfortunately for me anyway, if I did want to short this, it's not available at Interactive Brokers, AUUD, not available. A moment. So anyway, guys, yeah, the AUUD just absolutely ripping here again. It looks like it's challenging that weekly high. What did I say? 429 was that weekly high. After that, 458. After that, 553. Again, nobody's saying it's getting to these levels, but those are your areas of potential resistance. But I mean, it's already up 192%. I actually am going to check another website just to check, see whether or not that float information that we have is somewhat correct. The answer is, yeah, I mean, they've got 2 million. When I say they, so there's another website that I always like to check when we see these very low floats. I want to check what they've got. They've got 2 million. So it's still very low. All right, guys, I am now going to get my layout that I use once the market opens. All right, so letting this load. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. So now, if you have the AI, if you have our premium service, remember this is all I would do. You want to see the AI alerts, and remember there will be no AI alerts until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert from the AI. All I would do is this. So please listen carefully. Click on New from the toolbar, and then it's this middle one where it says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay. Notice we have three that start off with Premium AI. This is the one, Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is the window that you'll see when you load, and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. The other thing I would do is I would incorporate this as part of your layout. So when you shut down Trade Ideas, have this open still and shut it down, and it'll be part of your layout. Tomorrow, when you open Trade Ideas, you'll see this. You don't have to do this every day. Load it every day. Okay. But that's all I would do. Just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them is up to you. All right. Now the LGVN, this is another one that is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. No idea what it's going to do once this market opens, but it had a big move after hours. And basically, they sent out a letter to shareholders highlighting their corporate strategy, etc. They sent that out after the market closed on Friday. So you can see that big mauve area. It's kind of hanging in there too. High in the pre-market was 479, so it's off a dollar from that. Wow, already a minute. Okay, guys. Yeah, well, let's market's opening in less than a minute. So let's have a great start to this trading week. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I tend to try to let things settle down a little bit. And of course, I run the risk of something running right from the beginning, and I'll miss it. I don't miss it. I'll see it, but I won't take it. All right, guys, we're now open. All right, let's see what happens now. Okay, now, guys, I'm going to use this browser interface. All right, well, the AUUD, sorry, is running. And you can see it front and center right there, guys. AUUD, relative strength leaders from the close. See if this is working yet. Wow, I mean, it's just next high in the daily chart, guys. Next high in the daily chart looks like it is, if you're in this one, that corresponds with that weekly high, I believe. So the next high in the daily chart is, well, not quite, 517. 517 is the next high in the daily chart for the AUUD. Whoa, look at the DXYZ also. DXYZ doing its thing. All right, UCAR now. UCAR. Now, UCAR in the pre-market hit 10. Okay, UCAR on the move here. Low float. I don't know what the float. Well, hard to believe it's 178, but if UCAR maybe gets over 875, I know you're giving up a lot, but the China stock guys, EH. I'm sorry, not EGH, EH. China stock, EH, airline sector or travel sector. 2240 it looks like next high looking left on the weekly chart for EH. Wow. AUUD is just not stopping yet. All right. Mention this TPCS, guys. TPCS termination that they were going to buy a company. They terminated that. They're not going to buy that company. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm just looking to see, getting close to that 472, which is the next high in the daily chart. Wow, look at EH, guys. I don't think there's any specific. Well, wait a minute. All right. So there was some news this morning. It's CAAC clearance to mass produce. I guess it's the vertical takeoff and landing in China. Man, oh man, this won't stop, guys. AUUD 538. We got to 538. That is a high in the a high on the daily chart. The next high after that is 553. Meanwhile, DXYZ on the move here. DXYZ on the move also. And now this is so the high on Friday was, believe it or not, $75 plus. What a run it's had from 783 low of the previous week. Only the third week it's been trading as DXYZ. And I see the UCAR first halt of the week, guys. UCAR first halt of the week. I guess it got halted on the way down though. Wow. DXYZ. This is looks like it's going to challenge that Friday high. The reason I see it is, well, I see it here too. Look at that, 24%, 25% for a $72 stock. What a run. All right, MP on the move here. MP, look at MP on the move. Wow, look at that handle. No clue this was going to happen in the pre-market. Cheap one, guys. I know some of you follow the stocks under a dollar, so here's a real cheap one. KULR, KULR. All right, now, okay, I know this showed up in the combo scan, but I typically don't like to do the SPACs in the combo scan. Up to you, of course. I mean, this might just rip, but I did see PTN early. Okay, guys, PTN now, PTN. So this hit, man, in the pre-market, it got up to 246 or so. PTN on the move here. See if there's any news on this one. Announces phase three. Okay, had some news. Well, EH on that news just ripping here. Next high looking left, 20. Wow, it's above that, 2130. So the next high looking left, man, it's got room. 2578. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but 2578 on the weekly chart. That's $4. Looking left on the weekly chart. Well, trying for 8. I don't see how it's. I mean, it might get to 8, but all right. UCAR just resumed. UCAR just resumed on the way down here. Wow, look at this candle here for BHC, guys. BHC, it's showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but there could be some support. But well, It showed up at 9:37. Okay, I'm not talking the time, the price 9:37. It has popped up from there. Okay, guys, at MP, let's take a wow. Continued, still a huge, huge bar. Now, to me, it looks like it could be coming into some resistance around 16. Okay, looking left on this daily chart, to me. CXAI guys on the move also. So this is taking out the high of 3 days ago. Okay. The next high looking left is 711 approximately, 707. Okay. All right, let's take a look at maybe some of the cannabis plays. ACB. So ACB showing a nice big candle also. All right, guys, LGVN. Now, to me anyway, there could be too much resistance not that far away for LGVN. Looking at the daily chart. Okay, guys. B BHP is a 10-day daily breakout. Let's take a look at what it's doing. Coming right into the 200-day moving average, BHP. So this may get stopped right there. Not very many. Wow, not very many shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Only 18,000. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of the PIP guys. I'm in this development build, and it's not quite ready for prime time. So let me. Mm, very potential bounce now, guys. PERI, a potential bounce shaping up. Take a look at Perry, PER. Look at this. Look at this. A lot of volume. Of course, this is the first 15 minutes still, but little trying to maybe bounce a little bit here. Found a base. Meanwhile, MP just continues to roll here. See if there's any news on this one. I'm not seeing any news. Not today, anyway. All right, guys. First 15 is in now. So now I can start to take a look at some of the flyers, see if they're setting up for me, maybe pulling back to a certain level or kind of resting at the highs. AXTI, did see AXTI in the pre market. So same sort of thing. If you look left, so it's got some room to about 428. That's on the daily chart for AXTI. Well, look at Peloton. Peloton's trying to bounce a little bit here. PTON. Man, MP just won't quit, guys. MP won't quit. And again, I cannot see any news about it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. I can't. I mean, I'm sure there's obviously there's a headline somewhere. I'm just not seeing it in Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I'm just watching. See if this MP, which is a lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers is short a lot. 756,000. Yeah, that was in. So I'm looking at. Yeah, I was looking for some news today. 2 bucks. Thank you for posting that regarding MP. I was just looking for some news today, though, for it. I don't see any news today. I mean, maybe it's a delayed reaction to that news that happened on the first. Okay, I mean, I do see that news. I was just looking for some news today regarding MP. All right, what's the market doing? So kind of flat. I mean, the SPY's up a little, NAS is up a little, Dow's up a little. Not a lot of happening with the overall markets right now. All right, where is MP here? I don't see it. Well, LGVN guys just made another high here. Now, to me, well, there might be a little bit of room, but I mean, if you look left on the daily chart, 529 is the next high. I mean, but there's a cluster of daily candles in that area. So to me, it could that could be its real stalling area. I mean, I may be completely wrong. It may blast right through all that. I mean, believe it or not, you know what I'm going to do? I mean, I'm going to put an alert at 6:03. Maybe it happens sometime today or tomorrow, because if it does, then it's got a ton of room. But right now, to me anyway, it looks like that 5:20 to 5:30 area. To me, looks like wow. Look, by the I know I'm switching gears here. DXYZ, I think it just made a new high. I mean, I know it's on. Wow, yeah. What I meant was taking out the high of Friday. Wow. Thoughts on UCAR? Well, UCAR got halted, right? So we had news. Did have some news this morning. Maybe that 650 holds it. I'm looking at a couple of bottoming tails on the 15, maybe. But I mean, it was halted on the way down. Okay, so never a great sign. And it's been very choppy on the 15-minute chart. Look at all the topping tails and bottoming tails. So it's been very, very choppy to me anyway on the 15-minute chart. Maybe if it gets over 7 again, maybe it can get rolling. But meanwhile, wow, another all-time high now, DXYZ. I jokingly said on this day, will we see 100? This was on Friday. And then it had the big sell-off. I mean, it got up to 70, 77 something, and it closed down here at 59. Right now, just nothing stopping it. Meanwhile, guys, well, LGVN not listening to me. So it's through that level there. The next high is around 580 on the daily chart. Yeah, so this flyer on Friday is really, really giving it up now. Double X, double I, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This hit a high of about 430 or so on Friday, cut in half now. All right, guys. Well, take a look at LIFW. Yeah, so to me, it's got a couple of little resistance areas, 169, 173, not that far away. Could pop through all that. If it does, then your next high is 190. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at a. How about AUMN? AUMN. What is it? Cheap one, under a dollar. But I mean, if you're into this sort of stuff, well, look at the next high is around 108, 110, 110 on the weekly chart. So it's at 77 cents now. Nice breakout on the weekly anyway. Had a nice. Again, I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but we'll display them. Some of you are interested in those. Right at the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Little flyer for me on the ALCC. Okay, very trying to put a tight stop on it. I don't, quite. Of course. Shoot! Didn't get what I wanted. Ah. Oh, wait a minute. Or did I? Okay. Talking about the ALCC, guys. It's just a SPAC. I mean, I don't like them that much in terms of trying to trade them, it was past 15 minutes. It was over $15, and I just traded some out. Okay, I mean, I don't quite trust them, so I've just traded some out just underneath 16. And if you have the AI, you know that it showed up there at 14.98, and you saw that it showed up here at 14.42. And in the combo scan, I waited a long time though. I mean, I'm not these can be, what still a SPAC, okay? And I think trying to see if it is actually I'm trying to see if they've actually I know they haven't, obviously they have not finalized any merger. I don't know why I'm getting that information with this Oklo, unless these are the ones that they're this is the company. Yeah, I cannot see. I mean, yes, I mean, on the 23rd of March, they were talking about merging with this OTC company. So that actually is trading. Usually it's a private company that they take public, but this is an OTC company. I'm out of it completely, guys. Yeah, I mean, I really don't like trading these, but I'm going to take a chance on it. It worked out okay. All right. Meanwhile, PTN, PTN. Boy, look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. Okay, the weekly chart. It's got room, $4 or so on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but and in fact, there and it's not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. Reason I would even look at that is look what's happening. It's trying to get into that 200-day moving average. BTN is 238, so it's right there. That blue line on my chart, my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Well, if you have our AI, you know that LIFW was triggered at 160, 183 now. Okay, just looking at a few things that I've got thumbnails, see if there's anything interesting. Okay, let's take a look at AUUD. AUUD, let's see if it's, I think it pulled back to the VWAP, okay, 418. So if you're a VWAP player, you can see that the VWAP is at 418 for AUUD. That got into the area. Looks like it's trying to bounce off that. Of course, it got up to 535 or so in the pre-market. Not, I'm sorry, not in the pre-market, when the market opened. Well, guys, PTN can, well, through the 200-day now, excuse me, PTN through the 200-day. Well, I mean, if it continues, the next high is 278 or so. 276 is the next high on the daily chart for PTN. Pretty low float, 15.8 million in the float. Well, I mean, you can either wait for a pullback, maybe it pulls back to the 200-day. The VWAP is at 215. It may not pull back for a while. I mean, I'm just pointing them out to you. Okay, I'm not absolutely saying to take the trade, but if you were in this trade earlier, you should have been aware of the 238. Then you should be aware of this next high looking left. But yeah, or maybe a pullback to a moving average you like. But right now, there has not been one pullback yet. You know what? I think I'm getting, just give me a moment here. Okay. But understand, Z, I was talking, PTN was alerted way earlier than this. It was alerted right around here at two, just over two. So, I mean, if it met your trading plan and all, you could have taken it just over two. I just don't take trades in the first 15. That's all. Well, you could have seen it right here, Ashish, right here in the strength, relative strength leaders from the close, right here. It was here a lot, right at the very beginning of the day. You would have seen it if you had the 10-day daily breakout at 220. Okay. You would have also seen it. You could have seen it right on the open. Okay. This is the momentum scan right on the open at 9:30 at 184. That's the first alert. Okay. Well, you can still have it, Desi. I mean, you don't need me to display the races. I prefer this. Okay. I prefer the heat map, which is sort of call it a variation of the races. I just like this presentation better. But you can certainly, I still have some races that I'm sharing. I actually have one right here, I guess. But to be honest, I like this. I much prefer this. Okay. Okay, guys. So the AUUD looks like the VWAP is trying to hold it. Remember, I was saying you can, if you're more of a VWAP player, you don't want to, I don't, every time when I'm posting some of these charts, yeah, they're very extended. But I've got to show. I'm not saying to take the trade when it's up, five 15-minute candles in a row. But then you might look at that and go, okay, okay, at least we know that this is an active stock. Anything here is an active stock. And you might think, okay, I wouldn't mind if they take a look anyway, maybe if it pulled back to the VWAP, just using this AUUD as an example. Okay. Or maybe a moving average that you like. A lot of different ways to trade, of course. Yeah, look at the LGVN now. Wow. There's a big breakdown now for LGVN. All right, guys. Well, just only one trade for me so far, a very quick one, and I'm talking quick for the ALCC. Kind of I mean, look how blah this is. I mean, the SPY is up just a bit, Dow's down a bit, Nas is up a bit. So overall market not doing too much. Whereas we usually can find things that are, obviously here, these are super active stocks, not caring that much about the overall market's doing within reason. All right, we have a halt here for ANL. Wow. So how many shares? Only 42,000 China stock. ADL, sorry, ANL halted. Okay, that AI alert, guys. Life W, LIFW. It's a pretty good one so far. I'm not in it, but it is a good one so far. If you took it, 160, 189, $2 is probably right there. 203, 203 or so is the next high. Looking left. No, $2. No. Question is, can when it would be really, I think you'd go crazy if that could happen. But the question was, when a symbol shows up, can it automatically load into the chart? No. Depending how active your scanner would be, you'd be loading chart after chart after chart without having a chance to look at it, really, depending how active your scan. Look at the AUUD guy. So if you are more of a VWAP player, that was awesome off the VWAP, right? So $2, did that make sense? MP over 16. Let's take a look at MP over 16. But meanwhile, I mean, that's just an awesome, awesome VWAP play, guys, for AUUD. I mean, that got all the way up to 568 from the 420 or so, which was now the VWAP, of course, is moving higher as we're getting more and more action up in these higher price ranges. But I think it was at 420 when we looked at it. Yeah, I don't know if it's that interesting for me. Again, the weekly chart, 1615. If it can take out 1615, then the next high is 1727. So, maybe yeah, I'll actually 1629 is the next high. I mean, I'm looking left. I see all this, potential congestion for me for MP on the daily chart. I mean, it may not care, it may go right through all this, but it's just kind of what I see. Well, I see ALCC is back up again over 15. Okay, guys. Well, you know what? I mean, the longer this holds over 16, I mean, it is. I just wish all this weren't here when I look left. I wish it were more of a straight shot to 17 before it before it would be encountering all these little areas. Plus a little bit of the coffee, guys. The mic is picking this up. All right, so let's see maybe LGVN. What did it do at the VWAP? The VWAP is, well, it's way below. Okay, so it is way below. So as opposed to the AUUD, which kind of held the VWAP, this one did not. There's the VWAP for LGVN 428. It's way below it now. Now, if let's just put a price alert in that area. And Dale, that's exactly why I said I'm pouring my coffee. Okay, guys. Well, I think I'll go over my homepage right now. Okay. The Life W, if you took it, 203 looks like the next high on the weekly chart. See if there's any news in this one today. MSP recovery. I don't know what it says. MSP recoveries results are impressive. U.S. Post News. I don't know what the news was. I cannot see anything. Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, my homepage. Okay, so of interest, I know, are my scans. So I will be going over the scans that you can have that I'm sharing. But first, okay, so click on my homepage link. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So first of all, though, if you want the tree map version of the top list window, so this is just a top list window. If you right click on a top list window, if you do not have the option that says show tree map, in other words, this is all you see. And if you right click and you don't see that option, show tree map, this basically takes the grid and presents it in this fashion. You don't have to. I mean, if you like it in grid format, that's fine. But if you do want this tree map format, then before you do anything, okay, you click on my homepage link, go up to the download section, scroll up to the down where you see download, click on the download and download the latest beta. Okay. The beta's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm hoping eventually it's going to make it into this so we don't have to keep telling people that's what they have to do. Okay. So download the latest beta, and then you will have that option with any one of your top list windows to turn it into this tree map version. Okay. So clicking on my homepage link, you can't, Kareem. You can't. We don't have a country. We have the country flags, but we don't have a country. Yeah, we don't have like an exclusion of country. And as far as an industry is concerned, I mean, you could, I mean, you could do the same sort of with China stocks if you created a symbol list with all sorts of China stocks in there. It'd be a lot of work. Well, a lot of work if you found a way in which you could do it. And the same thing with an industry. Okay, but there's no easy way to do it. Okay. So clicking on my homepage link, this is a promo code that you can use to get 15% off, first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. I just saw that Life W just showed up on the combo scan now, guys. Let me just get Life W up here. Okay, let's see if Life W has any. I'm going to pause in my talking about what you can find. I'm going to a little pause here. There's the next high looking left is 219. Boy, if we can get through 219, then the next high is up here at 230 odd, 232. Go, go. All right, guys, I've just taken some off, okay? Because I don't I was worried about that next high. Just taking some off of the Life W. So why did I do it? Well, of course, it was an AI alert, but also it just showed up on my combo scan at 197. And I love my combo scan. So I'm going to have to take a pause in what you can find on my homepage, including all the scans. Now this has turned into a great AI alert. You don't mind showing it now. Look at that. The 160 on the alert, 225 now, 40% move, 40% move. And even and I did not get back into it, but even the SPAC, ALCC, is now a 5% move. Okay. But the Life W, awesome. All right. Well, if I can, what's the next high looking left on that weekly chart? Looks like around 245. Yeah, 245. 245 is the next high on the weekly chart for LIFW. John F. Papa John. Okay, good morning. All right, guys. Wow, this is really turning into a super parabolic right now. I'm wary of that 250, very wary of it. Okay, I've taken most off now, okay? Right before that 250 mark. I have some left just in case it does wants to go even crazier, but again, you don't have to do the same thing I'm doing in terms of I mean, look at this. Wow. Was there news on this one? I think I kept looking for some news on this one. Wow. Well, let's take a look again left. 297 is the next high looking left. All right, well, that could be it, guys. That could be it for a while anyway. That's a pretty big pullback now. That's the biggest one of the day. And like you, Richard, I'm all out of it, out of it. All right, well, let me keep going. That was a nice little break watching that one take off for me. So again, if you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. You click on the Get Started. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, etc. Introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. This will take, I wouldn't look at doc layout, to be honest. I think it's sort of an advanced topic, not necessary. Okay. But 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is a free series of videos that I think can really help people who are brand new to trading. I think there are about 38 videos in all. I do a stock of the day video. What do you think it's going to be on? Free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Let's take a look what it's doing. The trade of the week is SLB, Schlumberger. And let's take a look at what it's doing. So I do not think it triggered, or did it? Yeah, I guess it did trigger, okay? Now, you don't have to take it, of course, right at the trigger point, but 55.50 was the suggested. And so I do see on that opening candle, it did get above that. So it has pulled back, but let's see what happens. I'm not in it. I don't typically do the trades of the week. First of all, I would have probably waited for this right there, the 55.69, just to take that weekly high out, and then maybe after that, you have some room, about $2 to the next weekly high. Anyway, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section here. This is our user guide. Okay, I'll just briefly talk about the user guide. Getting started is here again. More information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Somebody want to know more about stock racing? I have basically, for me, this has replaced stock racing for me. Okay, the tree map. But you listen, if you want to look at stock racing, here it is. I do have a couple of stock races that I'm sharing. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Okay, and as I say, every single time we have a lot of information in the user guide. It's like any other user guide. You do not have to learn everything. Okay. There's the getting started again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. It should be Chris Farley. I will confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room also before I take my break. So you can head over to listen to Chris. And before I look at my scans, only thing I ask is this: if you decide at some point in the future to take out a subscription, just please use my promo code. Using my promo code will really help to keep this room free. The room gets credit for any time you use my subscription, okay, or my promo code. Okay, that's all I ask. So if you're looking for my scans, obviously you have to be a subscriber. Looking for my scans, scroll down to the middle sections. Assuming you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are my scans. This is the combo scan that I talk about a lot. This is abnormal option activity. Sort of, so this combo scan combines the option activity and the breaks, the 10-day daily breakouts. But if you want to see them, or downs, if you want to see them on their own, without seeing them in the combo scan, well, you can always see them separately. Okay, so I am sharing a lot of. Here's the momentum scan. There's the halt resumes, not as active as we've seen it, but there's the halt resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So again, I'm sharing all these scans. If you have any questions about them, you can ask me. These are two races that I'm sharing. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay, there is a big difference between a screener and a scanner. So this is an example of a scanner in action. Okay, this is an alert window. That's why it says has an A upper left hand corner. If I right click on it, this is going to tell you, and this is for all the scans that I'm sharing, you can do the same sort of thing. You right click, configure, and click on the summary. So this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three. That's a powerful filter that we've got. Sorry, what that means is it, it looks at time of day, okay? The time of day. So the volume has to be at least three times. So for instance, right now it's 10:30. So the volume has to be at least three times normal, what it normally has done up to 10:30. Okay, it has to be three times that. So it's time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. That's why it's called a momentum scanner. The stock volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. It's not important to know what all these filters are. What I'm really trying to demonstrate is this is the aspect, though. You create a scan. When you start with a scan, you always start off with some filters to screen. Obviously, you don't want to see if 10,000 stocks coming through, making new highs of the day or new lows of the day. So you have filters. So consequently, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is what Trade Ideas is all about. Well, there's more to it than that, of course, but you're looking for real-time alerts. This is what we're really good at doing. So you can see right off the bat, the last time that any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was MRT at 10:22. It is now 10:33. So there has not been one since for 11 minutes that have met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And again, I will keep this up here for a bit, see if one happens. But I mean, these are all real-time alerts. All right. Well, nothing's happening now. Now, if you want to make your own scan, of course you can. And I should also qualify this. I mean, obviously, you may have a different price range in mind. Maybe you don't want $1 and $100. Of course, you can take any one of my scans and modify them to your style of trading, or you can take the scan as it is. That's completely up to you. Okay. Now, let's click on search this time because obviously, if you want to make your own scans, there is a way in which you can. If I click on, oh, well, you see right off the top here, the new high and the new low of the day. These are the two most popular alerts that we have, real-time alerts that we have, but we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down to get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got. All right. Now if you're looking at this for the first time, thinking, man, this is way too difficult. How am I going to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create all sorts of different real time alerts and all the different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. I only use, to be honest, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. And it doesn't mean that the rest of these are bad. It just means that, with for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. No, you do not. With the free account, you are limited. Yeah, Papa John, you're limited. You cannot have my scans. You have to be a subscriber. The free account gives you a taste of what Trade Ideas can do. Okay, that's what it's designed to do. All right, guys. Now, Okay, I see that UCAR was also alerted in our AI. Having a good day, the AI, our AI. I'll just briefly show this. I don't display this because obviously it's not fair to those who pay for it. But I'll just show you because these are sort of after the fact now. So you can see we had an alert for Life W, $1.60. Of course, it got up to two, way over two. 14.98 for the ALCC. A little bit of a strange one. Why is it? But you can see the percentage moves as we speak. 668 for the Yukon, 707 now. So you can see the percentage moves. And that is part of our premium service. So for my trading style, I am a intraday trader, day trader, however you want to label me. So, but even if you're a swing trader, my whole goal, and I think yours, if you're an intraday trader, you want to be able to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, why do you want to get into something that's not moving? So you could probably just look at this all day long. Okay, this meaning the relative strength leaders from the close percent. Now I am sharing it. It's just not on my homepage. I'm not going to put it on my homepage until we finally get into the production version. Again, I know I have to repeat myself all the time, but we probably had 50 emails over the weekend saying, "Hey," because the other traders are also showing their versions of the tree map with their scans, and people were saying, "Well, I can't see it," and that's because if you right click, if you if you right click on your top list window and you do not have this option that says show tree map, this is what a typical top list window looks like in the grid format. And again, if you want to keep it like that, that's fine. But I way prefer this. But you need to have the latest beta. So if you go to my homepage link and get right to the very top right hand corner, you'll see download. Click on the download and you'll see where you can download the latest beta. Okay. So again, as an intraday trader, I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So this one, if I just looked at this all day long, I mean, these are the stocks that are just staring at me. Follow me, follow me. Don't forget about me. Okay. I also love the combo scan. There's not very many, you will not get very many alerts in the combo scan because it's a combination of a couple of scans, and both of those scans have some pretty tough filters in them. So to combine them now, you're just not going to get too many alerts. Usually, maybe I don't know, 4 or 5 a day, and that's it. But if you are new to trading, one of the things that can be overwhelming about trading is, especially if you're, in this room and you're seeing, I mean, obviously I have to click on a lot of alerts all day long, to keep the flow, but, it can be overwhelming. So, I mean, again, if you just looked at these top ones and maybe looked at these ones that show up here, it's probably all you'd have to do. And if you have our AI, of course, you don't get very many in the AI also. So it allows you to focus on just a few stocks for the day. Now, focusing on a few stocks for the day, you still have to understand how to trade them. And that's why, if you've never traded before and you're very new, that's why we have that Trading 101. Because, Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas because, yes, it generates ideas. But when I click on an alert, I have to understand, well, what is this chart trying to tell me? Is it something I want to trade? So, I mean, it can be bewildering if you're starting out. I get it. But that's also why we have a simulator. You need our standard service, and then you can use our simulator to practice trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker yet. So if you haven't decided who your broker is, but you do want to practice trading, you can use our simulator, paper trader simulator, however you want to call it. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So don't be shy. If you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I mean, if I'm in a trade like the LFIW when I was sort of midway through explaining a lot of things, of course, I may have to pause a bit, excuse me, a bit. But other than that, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think a question is stupid or dumb. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the chant. OM. Now let's take a look at this one, and let's look left on this one. 270. So got a little bit of room, 250 to 270, a little bit of room. So when you hear me say little bit of room, all I'm doing is for my style of trading, that's why I have a daily and a weekly chart up, even though I'm an intraday trader, because most of the stocks that I see are near the high of the day, or if I'm shorting, near the low of the day. And so then what I do is I want to look left on the daily chart to see where is the next high. Because if I take the trade now, my feeling is that the next high could stall it. So if the next high is far enough away, then it becomes a candidate to trade. And if I can't see it on the daily chart, in other words, I this OM, if I'm looking here and if I look left and I don't see anything, in other words, everything is below it. All these candles are below. Then I have to look at the weekly chart, just check to see where on the weekly chart is the next high. Okay, and so for me, I have a pretty simple trading style. I'm just looking for new highs and lows of the day. I'm looking left to see how far a stock can keep going before it hits the next high or low. I have filters in place, of course. I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So the high relative volume, and that allows me then to, just to look at a few stocks over the course of the day. So again, if I had that, you see here, there's the OM, made a new high, 1043 and a 258. These are all real-time alerts. Yeah, somebody asked me about UCAR earlier. I mean, it's an AI play. It's been pretty choppy though, but again, maybe it takes out seven. Again, maybe it gets going. It had some news, a couple of highs right there at 716. Maybe it takes that out later on because it did hit pre-market. It got all the way up to 10. So I mean, there is, if enthusiasm comes back to it, then maybe taking out 716 or so because there's a couple of highs on the 15-minute chart right there. Takes that out, and even looking left, 863 is the next high in the week on the 15. Meanwhile, DXYZ just made another new high, all-time high, of course. Started trading as DXYZ only a few days ago. Unbelievable. $8, the low, 2 weeks ago low. There's a 10 bagger right there. All right, guys, here's the MRT. MRT on the move here. Saw this one earlier. Had a very no, it was another one I was looking at. Had a kind of a crazy looking 15-minute chart. Well, here's another one, guys, just ripping here. All-time high for ALAR. ALAR, all-time high. You can see it right there, as in the relative strength leaders from the close. So if you're a bit of a pullback player, 27.64, now that'd be a huge pullback. That's where the VWAP is. Israeli stock hasn't traded very much, but it is 3.5 times normal up to this time of day. Any problem? My trade idea is freezed. Yeah, must not for me anyway. Wiggle boss. All right, guys. AUUD maybe getting set up again. Taking a look now. It, pretty ugly looking on these topping tails. On the 15-minute chart. Again, what are they telling you? Well, they're telling you that if you look at starting at the 9:30, starting at the opening 15-minute. So the topping tail, I mean, remember what that means. That means that at one point the price got up to that right at the high 536. Sellers knocked it down to 486. Buyers tried again. They got it up to 531. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers really took a hold of it, 570. But look, the sellers got it all the way down from 570 down to 468. So again, the buyers are trying, but every time they get to these highs, the sellers are taking over and closing it. Now, at some point, maybe the sellers give up, but maybe the buyers give up. The buyers are, they're really trying to get this thing higher, but the sellers step in and keep selling off and closing it lower. At some point, maybe the buyers say, enough is enough. We'll cede control to the sellers and let it alone for a while, leave it alone for a while. But it's a constant struggle all day long between buyers and sellers. Now, this is not available to me to short sell at Interactive Brokers. There are no shorts available. Because if it were, I'd be looking, maybe at a short 461. If it were, because all these topping tails, I mean, it's got to be demoralizing for the buyers who keep trying to, move it higher, but the sellers just keep stepping in. Well, the next high, Papa J, is today's high. It's an all-time high, so the next high is today's high, right? Because it started trading as DXYZ back here. So it's basically an all-time high. But so the next high, if you will, is 86.41. That's today's high. There's no previous days that you can look at and go, well, there it is. No, it's an all-time high. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking at my some of my thumbnail charts. See if there's anything interesting. All right, guys. So I saw this PPTA a little bit earlier, but it is really choppy. Look how up, down PPTA. But let's take a look at it's a 2-year high right now for PPTA. It's a 2-year high, probably a low float. Actually, it's not, I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low, 37 million. So the float is not one of those crazy, crazy ones that are less than a million or 2 million or so. And wow, a lot of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, 2 million of them. Hmm. See if there's any news on this one. So they rise on a potential $1.8 billion US federal financing for its Intimity project. Hmm. Okay. IMPP. Let's see. Imperial. This is has been super active in the past. So I don't know if it's a shipper exactly, but they're out of Greece. Thoughts on CADL? Thoughts on CADL? Okay. Yeah. So I had that huge day on Friday, got up to 1140 or so, cut in half right now. Well, I guess if it can take out the high of today, it might get running again because that would be taking out the high of a couple of days ago. But what's the volume like? Good volume actually, 52 times normal. So yeah, I mean it's still active, but I would probably, I mean you're giving up some, but one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back, and there's a UCAR now. UCAR 717. Just give me a moment. All right. Now there's a 10 SMA. I know Steve would hate this. The 10 SMA. Can it take it out? Can it take it out? Yeah, the spread just widened. Okay, the spread just widened. Now it's coming back a little bit. I have to pay attention, guys. I'm in it, and I just don't want to see it. I hated that spread the way it widened. Okay, guys, I got out of it. Man, I did not like that spread. Took a small loss on it. Well, manageable loss as always. I might look at it again, but I did not like that spread. Now, let's see if it can hold this time. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. Okay, I mean 701, 713. It was even worse. I think it was like 705, 720 something or other. This was just after I got in it. All right, AMRK. I know it's an AI alert, but it's now just showing up also in our 10-day daily breakout. AMRK. Well, I went long, UCAR, but I stopped myself out. Question in our YouTube room. I'm not even sure there are shorts available for me. Yeah, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers to short UCAR. So, guys, there's a warning. Okay, I mean, when you see it, when you get into something, I mean, the spread was fine when I got into it, but but I mean, it was so a little after that that all of a sudden I saw the spread. They dropped the bid, and when that happens, I get very, very nervous. Okay, okay, guys. Let's see. Trade I. This just got halted. It's probably a pink sheet stock, maybe PKFF. Probably a pink sheet stock. Maybe not. Yeah, it's a pink sheet stock out of Canada. Come on, get that AMRK bid over 38. Guys, I've got to watch the AMRK. I'm willing it to get a bid over at 38. So you can see right there, 38, 37.86. Okay, guys, in case it cannot, I've taken some off the AMRK. Okay, I've taken some off just underneath 38. Good old interactive brokers with the mid. So again, we had an alert right there, AMRK 3756 from the combo scan. That gave me a little more confidence. We had the alert here, 3723, okay, from our AI. When I saw it hit the combo scan, gave me a little more confidence to take the trade. Always nice to have a couple of different strategies alerting, the same stock. For me anyway, gives me a little more confidence to take a trade because there are, different filters, of course, in the difference in the strategies. Wow, very glad to have exited the U car. Extremely glad to have exited the U car. Again, didn't get stubborn, not thinking, it's going to come back. It's going to come back. All right, next. All right, GPRK. GPRK, take a look at this one, guys. GPRK just making its way over 10 now. And the next high looking left is 1010. So you know what? I can't take it. Next high is 1010. Next high after that is 1031. Excuse me. This is on the weekly chart. So just basically prevents me from taking it. If I had looked left and the next high was up here at 1072, it becomes a big, strong candidate for me to take the trade. But I look left and I just see where it could stall. It's too close to for me, it's too close to the current price. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, as we know, but that's just the way I look at things. Wow, we haven't seen this one for a while. IZEA. IZEA. No wonder. Look how ugly this is. Print this out, guys. This is an example of an ugly daily chart. Topping tails. It's not so much, it's not so much. I mean, the trend is up in theory, but I mean, look at all the topping tails and bottoming tails. Would have been just horrible to try to intraday trade this. Okay, guys. Well, still have a little bit of that RMK, but I think I'm going to dump it. I mean, the spread is not great. I mean, it's a 20-cent spread. Big difference, a 20-cent spread for a $37 stock and a 20-cent spread on a $6 stock. All right, all out of it, all out of it. The the AMRK. All right, now let's take a look and see if there's anything sneaking in here. Okay, sneaking in this that we haven't seen today. I don't know why. Can't see the bottom here. Yeah, I can't seem to scroll down to the bottom. Just give me a moment. Or do I do this? Hmm. All right, RNXT. I did see this one earlier. RNXT, another hideous looking daily chart. Look at how awful this is. Now, the CXAI, did see this one earlier. CXAI. Yeah. So now this, shoot, wish I had died. I should have put a price alert right around 562. CXAI. Yeah, something's gone a little haywire with this. Let me just do something here. Okay. So this is what I want to see. I want to see, give me a moment. All right. Well, somehow I fixed it. Okay. So there's CURI. CURI. Let's take a look at what this one is doing. CURI and having a bit of a run here. Meso, we saw Meso for the last couple of weeks. MESO. So another one just over that high right there. MESO. The next high looking left is 736. This ALAR. Saw this one earlier. This is an all-time high up in this area. ALAR. Okay, so here is the official news now for the ALCC. So trading higher after the company announced that OKLO signed a non-binding letter of intent with Diamondback Energy to collaborate on a 20-year power purchase agreement. So my guess then is that they're going to be merging with this company called OKLO. I just don't see that though. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay, so that was last July, at least last July, maybe even earlier. That's how long these things can take. Yeah, so it looks like last July 11th, actually, they made the announcement that this SPAC called ALCC was going to merge with OKLO. That's last July. Okay. So look what happened from then, nothing, nothing, nothing. But in the last little while, so the merger must be getting closer to completion. And what that means is then that this ALCC will cease trading as ALCC, and there'll be a new symbol. Maybe it'll be OKLO. I don't know. But because they're merging with this company and this private company signed a non-binding, that is the reason why it's spiking up. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just loading something. That's why you're hearing my computer. What's up? SUP, guys. SUP. Let's see. SUP. Superior. This is, I think, a drilling contract. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Thinking of the other Superior. Um, I'm just looking at things that are showing up in the momentum scan now. Okay, that's all I'm clicking on now, just to see some stocks that are showing up in the momentum scan. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to save my layout. Yeah, it's not there yet, Brooke. I can give it to you, but again, I have to say it all the time. You have to have the latest beta. Okay, you have to have the latest beta in order to see it. But here it is. So there's the link for it. Okay, but you need to have the latest beta. Otherwise, you'll just see it like this. This is what it'll look like. Okay, you have to be able to right click. Well, if you the way I've downloaded it, it'll show the tree map version immediately. Okay, but you will not see it like that unless you have the latest beta. Make sense? So this is what I'm talking about on my home page. Go up to the top here, download. Okay, download beta, download beta, latest beta. I'm sure hoping that by the time the contest starts, etc., that we'll have it in the production version. Yeah, DXY, yeah, DXYZ just made a new high. We just got a trigger right there. Man, oh man. There you see it right there. I mean, an $85 stock up 43%. All right, guys. Let's keep putting. I'm not in this, okay, but I'm not in this one. DXYZ would not surprise me. Well, I won't. I'll keep it to myself, but it won't surprise me if something happens. All right, CVU. Let's take a look at CV. Now CVU could be interesting. There's the high pre-market, 316, 316, CVU. So it's got some room to run. Take a look at that 15-minute. So it's got some room. CVU, low float, 9.3 million in the float. And what do they do? So the aerospace and defense sector. And again, yeah, low float, 9.3 million in the float, 36 times normal volume. But unfortunately, even though this little spike high looks really enticing, but look left, and to me, there's just too much going on between the current price and three, or even 285. So unfortunately, I just can't take the trade. And I don't think this, not that I want to, but I don't think there are shorts available. There, man, be risky, boy. I mean, it's risky going long, risky going short, but there are 95,000 at Interactive Brokers right now for this DXYZ. But I mean, it's risky either way. All right, guys, it is now 11:21. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room before I do take my break, or when I take my break. Okay, guys. Yeah, I mean, this ALCC, I mean, it's had a nice three. I just wish I knew when it was supposed to happen, when this merger was supposed to happen. Maybe somebody, maybe somebody can dig that up. When is there a date yet that is a potential date when the merger is supposed to happen with OPKO? This is the buyout. Yeah, I saw this one in the pre-market. This is the buyout, a $10 billion buyout, guys. A $10 billion buyout by Blackstone. $10 billion buyout of Air C. Now I see Becan right here. I think Shady might have got into this one earlier. Low float, very low float. All right, now with the AUUD, again, this could be one of those ones that later on in the day, I mean, it's ugly looking, but if it can ever get maybe over 521, okay, takes those two topping tails out. Maybe if it gets up to this level later on in the day with some volume, see how the volume is tapered off? Okay, volume is really tapered off, but gets over that later on in the day. This could be one of those that wakes up. And there you go, guys. There's your new high for DXYZ. Well, Bobby, that requires, it depends when you see it in the momentum trade. Are you talking about, you talking about anything that's showing up here? I mean, if you see it early, I mean, we're getting alerts right at the market open. I don't like the trade, right at the market open, but I mean, some do. So, you had an alert here for PTN at 184. From there it went, but you have to have some idea. When I look at this, I mean, look at this. Okay, this is what I was going to say. It would not surprise me if it gets to 100. It just wouldn't. I'm not saying to take this trade now because it's going to get to 100, but nothing surprises me. Well, no, I don't chase. The reason I point them out though is because sometimes, like earlier, okay, with the AUUD, if you're looking at well, that's a bad example. I don't want to look at that as an example, but the AUUD, okay, as an example. We were looking at this one back here. It popped way up here, and then it came back down to the VWAP. Okay, and we said, no, this is could be a VWAP play. And if you took it on that, was it this one or another one? Now I can't remember. But but the thing is that when you see stocks like this, you might not want to chase them. Not that this is a chase right now; it's kind of settling down. But imagine here, moving higher and higher, and higher. I think this was the VWAP down here. And if you're a VWAP type player, you wait for it to come down to the VWAP, put a price alert in at the VWAP, and see what happens there. Or maybe, just give me a moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Or maybe you've got a moving average, moving average. I mean, I know Steve Gomez, you listen to him on Thursdays, and he loves his 8 EMA. I'm sorry, the 10 SMA, which is that orange line on the 15-minute chart. He loves to see what a stock does there. Does it pull back and hold and then bounce off it? So, Yeah, so when I'm pointing out these ones that are really moving, yeah, I'm not ever suggesting take the trade right now. But it's a matter of, okay, maybe if it pulls back to a certain level that you like, you have to have a certain style of trading, of course. I mean, if you're a pullback trader, and if you don't know if you are, well, then that's why you can practice, using our simulator. So, so second quarter, I'll say thank you, Casa. So second quarter of 2024, that's what you meant, not 2004. Okay. All right. So still, it's still, well, second quarter. We're in the second quarter, aren't we? So sometime this quarter. So again, look at this AUUD, and if you follow what Steve likes to do, watching that 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart, you see how it's kind of holding it, that orange line there. I'm not a big pullback player, but oh, right, 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 right. Open AI, Sam Altman. Okay, well, right. Okay, well, that's interesting, isn't it? So let's take a look at CVU as an example. There's the VWAP at 266. So, it's trying to hold a VWAP. There's that 10 SMA right down there, 260. So, if it keeps holding this, you put a stop at one of those levels, take the trade. I'm not telling you to do this or anybody, but you can look at this and go, well, okay, maybe I can take the trade here and put my stop at one of those two levels, 266 or 263 or just under, and see if the VWAP or the 10 SMA holds and moves from there. And it's the same with these ones, down here. Now, Duo. No, that's not Duolingo, right? Not. In fact, let me take a look at Duolingo, just out of curiosity to see where it is. Yeah, it's still pretty strong. Ugly looking on the daily now, though, but definitely still hanging in over $200. Now, a lot of these too, when you talk about a momentum, a lot of these, we're seeing these stocks over and over again every time they made a new high. But we're at what? Well, that's 9:30. Sorry. So if you look, I mean, we're at what time is it now? 10 or 11:29 was the last one. But look at BCAN as an example. BCAN would have alerted a lot earlier. If it met your trading style, you could have taken this a lot earlier. This is just going to show you every time BCAN made a new high for the day. So again, you might look at BCAN and say, okay, there's the VWAP, 126. It's right at that VWAP level. Do I want to watch it around the VWAP? If it keeps holding it, maybe I take the trade. All right, SPP. Okay, SPPP. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, this is an ETF coming right into the 200-day moving average. I'm showing it because it did show up in the momentum scan. This one could keep moving now, guys. This is another precious metal one. Okay, the trading. So this is a little bit like the Sprott, a little bit. Wow. I'm putting an alert at 100. All right, guys, getting closer and closer to that 100. Amazing. 99.40 it got to. 99.39, excuse me, out by a penny. All right, APFO, APVO, APVO. Shoot. You know, would have seen this at 4:30. You see what I'm talking about? So, here, there's what I mean, I just didn't see it on time, but APVO at 11:35 at 4:35. It had to take this out right there, that high. But look what it did from there. I mean, before it pulled back at all, got up to almost 5 from 4:35. So again, do you wait on 4:30? Well, 4:13 is the VWAP. That'd be a pretty big pullback. Probably a low float. Yeah, another crate. You got to be so careful though. It only has our provider anyway says 500,000 in the float. So I had a confirmation. It will be Chris Farley in our YouTube room. We're leaving me in about 20 minutes. I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube while I take my break between 12 and 1. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. Okay. Wow. Okay. We're out of earnings season. No earnings plays at all today, but we're fast approaching. Next week, we'll start to get some of the banks, Goldman Sachs, etc. And then we have another start to earning season, April 15th. Yeah. So next week, next Monday. All right. ETAO just got halted on the way up. Okay. Just got halted on the way up. ETAO. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 546. So on the daily chart, it's about the same. Well, there's a little high there, but yeah, it's about the same, 540-ish. Okay. So let's just take a look at where it could open. Okay. So here's ETAO. Now, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. So there's the halt at 431. Potential open is in the 450 area. Okay. Doesn't have to open there. If you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, typically they are 5-minute halts. So it got halted at 11:37 plus 33 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, that will be 11:42 plus 33 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. So a little more than 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes from now. Now this projected open, of course, can change. There's nothing written in stone. You see how it just went up by a couple of pennies or back down to the 450. So this is what I will do. If this opens and it pops and then it comes down below that halt price of 431, maybe down to, I don't know, 412 or 414, 420, and then it moves above that halt price again, that is when sometimes I'll take the trade. I'm certainly not recommending you guys to do the same thing, but that is sometimes, I won't chase it. So in other words, if it opens at 450 and it keeps moving, I'm not chasing it. But if somehow it opens, pops a little bit, and then it comes down below the halt price and then pops through the halt price again, that's sometimes when I take it. Well, it's easy enough to construct one. All I have to do is, this is just, here's my earnings days. Okay, minus 0.25 means they would have released earnings after hours the day before. Of course, not many are releasing on Friday after hours, and then 0.25 means this morning before the market opens. Oh shoot! It resumed. Just give me a moment. What happened? Okay, so it resumed and way back down. It's maybe too big of a pullback. I will put an alert at 431, but that was probably too big a pullback. So you could take this and all you have to do is adjust the earnings date, put in here. I mean, I don't do that because I don't care about the ones in the future. All I care about are the ones, the day before after hours and this morning. But if you made a change, where is it there? If you put, 3.25, that'll show the ones that are coming up 3 days from now, things like that, or for the whole week, I guess, 4.25. Okay, so you could do that. All right, guys. Wow. Now oh, thank goodness. DXYZ got halted on the way down, but AUUD now making a little bit of a move here, a little bit of a move over 5. And you can see it's still front and center. Oops. So, guys, because I'm going to be taking my break, I'm probably not going to do anything right now. This looks very interesting to me, though. You can see on the I'm talking about the AUUD. Take a look at the current 15-minute candle, which well just started. The one before that, and then the one at looks like 10:30, and then the one before that at 10:15, all fit into that same price, which looks like around 523 or so, 519 or so. Okay, so you can see that that blue line. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you see there's a blue line. I put a price alert there. It's basically at the high of. Well, there's ETO. Okay, do I want to take it? Uh, Spread is awful. But getting back to the AUUD, you can see that if it can kind of take this area out, then it has a shot to keep going. Yeah, I got within what, 61 cents, right? 61 cents of the 100 DXYZ, and then the rug was completely pulled. Would have been an awesome short, but again, tough. Have to go long. No. Okay, okay, guys. There it is. There's the AUUD. Okay, go. Okay, because I'm going to be on my break, I had to take some off, okay? Probably would have held, but I took some off, and now I'm completely out. Okay. I mean, it's still pretty whippy, but that was a nice wow. I'm really glad I'm out. So on that break, it got up to it put on about 40 cents, but it is awfully whippy right now. So I'm glad I'm completely out of this now. Whew, okay. I'm afraid to look. Yeah. Again, it met my requirements, and I think it's going to get halted. It just got halted. Just got halted. Just got halted. Wow. And look at this. So The problem I had with it is that, as I explained, where I would have probably taken this was right around here at 431. Okay. But if it pulled back, but to me, the pullback was pretty severe. Go down to what, 360, and then it moved higher. So it just kind of prevented me from doing it. But now look at it and look where it could potentially open. So this is again time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt at 481, ETAO, potential open at 527. Son of a. Mm. Well, as I say, c'est la vie. I mean, this now, and even when it was starting to approach this, for me, the spread wasn't great. Oh, I trade so quick after the alert is triggered. No, I have no hotkeys, but I've got my finger on the submit button when all this is happening. Okay, and I usually, depending on the spread, I'm using Interactive Brokers midpoint for a potential fill. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. But I've got my finger when I'm anticipating something is happening. I've got my finger on the submit button. I'm not using hotkeys though. Doesn't always work though. You'll hear me say, "I didn't get it." I didn't get it. Wow. So if this is a 5-minute halt, 11:53 for 57 seconds, so almost 11:54. All right, guys. So 11:51. So in about 9 minutes, probably less. Chris usually shows up a little bit earlier. He's not busy. I'll be taking my break. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room, so you guys can head over and listen to Chris when he's there for his hour. Okay. Well, Sam, it all depends on your account size. Okay. There is no there's no hard and fast rule to what is a good trade size. Okay. Now, the number of stocks. Again, I'm somebody who, first of all, rarely am I in more than 2 trades at a time, personally, okay? Rarely. So that's why people ask me, "Well, how do I manage my trades?" If I were in 5 or 6 at the same time, I'd have to do something a lot differently, but, I'm usually in, no more than 2, most of the time just 1. But, I can't answer that. How many have I traded so far? Maybe 4 trades so far today. I don't really trade that much though, but, everybody is different. Some people are more what I call trade junkies. They've got to be in a trade all the time, every single minute of the day. They get out of a trade, they have to be in another one. I'm not like that. So there's no hard and fast rule. If all I would say though, if you're new to if anybody listening is new to trading, I would not be actually I wouldn't be in more than one trade at the time. Okay. And just manage that trade. So I see that ETAO just opened and it did not open at the 5 level, but now it is. Depends on the, spread, Charlie. Do I usually place limit or market orders? Depends on the spread. I mean, if it's a tight spread, I go in at market. If it's a wider spread, but I feel that it has like room to run, I use Interactive Brokers mid price selection. Okay, I'm just using, so I try to get a fill in between. Doesn't always work, but it really depends on the spread. Wow, look at it now. So that, there's your spread. It's not terrible for a stock that is really, really moving fast, but I'm not in it. See how this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is why I love this presentation. Earlier in the day, ETAO was nowhere to be found. Okay. Not until all of a sudden, it exploded. Now you see it front and center. So I'm kind of waiting on one, and what I'll do is I'll start looking at some of these ones that, are only up 18%. And maybe checking out to see what they Mizo, there's a stock that we have been following for a while. Mizo's got a chance. I mean, Mizo 737 is the next high looking left as an example. So guys, I'm going to have to put my announcement in because Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early. So let me get my announcement in. Okay, that'll this can be a moment. Let me get rid of this. Okay, guys, and now I'm just going to get my music stopped so I can hear Chris when he enters. All right, I'm all set for Chris to show up. Meanwhile, wow. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Out of nowhere. ETAO, out of absolutely nowhere. What the heck did they do? A digital healthcare company, telemedicine. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. All right, guys, I just heard a little pop. So I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. So I put the YouTube link in the main room. So I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Okay. Mr. Varley back from his so they didn't try to hit you at the same wedding. Oop, maybe Chris can't hear me.
I was muted. I can't
Oh,
hear
you were
I didn't
muted.
realize
Okay.
I was muted. And of course I was talking and anyways, no bells in my future.
They didn't go, okay, who's at this wedding that's not married?
They did
Who's
not.
got their girlfriend with them?
They absolutely did not.
They did not.
But it was a lovely time all the same.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. Okay. All right, Mr. Varley, I'll take off now. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right. That sounds like a plan, sir. You enjoy your break.
I will. Thanks.
All right. So Barry making his way to his break. Much deserved break. I'll settle in here. Let's see. Looks like we've got eyes on my screen. That looks good. Let me just make one more adjustment. Let's see here. All right. There's an adjustment, maybe. All right. All right, folks. So happy Monday to you all. For anyone that is new to this stream, new to this all in general, my name is Chris Varley. Do the 12 p.m. Eastern sports session here on Mondays. Don't have any pre-done content for this, so kind of rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions. Generally speaking, questions that you have are usually similar to questions other folks have. Helps drive a good dialogue, learning environment, community, those things that are important for the goals we're all trying to accomplish here. As I often say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. And selfishly, when you folks are asking questions, it makes me better at what I'm doing. Helps my interactions a little better, helps my thinking a little better, helps my problem solving, troubleshooting get a little more efficient. Of course, if nobody has anything to chime in with, no questions, I'll do my best to keep this moving forward, informative and active, related to Trade Idea software and the market in general. So again, feel free, floor's open. Hit me with those questions. I'll give it a moment or two here, and then I'll kind of just dive around the market a little bit, dive around the scan, so on and so forth. So, all right, at the moment, nothing else coming in. Just take a look at some of the things that have been coming through my, I'll focus more on the day trading side of things for the moment here. And I'll but I'll delay a market go around. Maybe we'll do a market go around in a little while here, look at the broader indexes and maybe some sectors as well. But let's take a look at some of the stocks that were coming through more action as far as what my day trading scans go. I haven't traded at all today. Barry alluded to as away for the weekend. So I'm really just trying to catch up on support stuff here. And, just the way it goes, sometimes can't really day trade with the support things that go on around here. But that doesn't mean I'm not, that I'm not in touch or looking at what's coming through and what's been active. So, start with AUUD, and, had a pretty sizable gap up percentage wise this morning, coming from under $2 up over $4 on that gap this morning when the market opened. And it really hasn't taken off to this point here. We got these topping shadows that have happened here where it gave us some head fakes. And, these are the things that are really, really, really tough to trade here. And this is something that, personally, I'm really cautious with. When you've got a percentage like this, you've gapped up over 200% on these low float and low price stocks. These are the ones that are, I think, generally speaking, are the toughest of traders, or at least for me anyways. And, it's all relative, different strokes for different folks, as one of those many sayings goes. But nevertheless, there's obviously a lot of action here with over 125 million shares traded in it. It's not something that trades a ton as we look back on historical volume levels here on this daily chart. You've got today that stands out. And even, we look at these big topping tails or big topping shadows here on the daily chart. We're not seeing volume stand out like we are on this one today. So it's important to keep that in perspective and relative to what we're looking at and what's going on here with that stock. So with that said, anyways, obviously $5 has been quite a barrier for it. And while it has obviously also shot well over that $5 level, it hasn't been able to hold it at all. It hasn't closed but 2 candles after the open above that. Yeah, so this closed below it, everything else closed below it right up till here. We got looks like just barely eked out a close above $5 on this candle and this candle here. So it hasn't had staying power. Leads me to a side tangent here while we don't have anything else going on or questions wise is confirmation, right? And I think aside from a trading plan and risk management being one thing that really takes out traders and hurts traders, or is, I think you can point to every failed trader that's ever existed that they don't have a viable risk management plan and strategy. I think you'll also find that most, if not all of them, also don't have any kind of confirmation involved in their trading plans, right? And so what is confirmation? There are a lot of ways that we can slice confirmation. For me personally, using 5 and 3 minute charts on my intraday trading here, I want to see candles close above a prior candle once or twice, or a close above once or twice a certain level. And in a case like this, I would be looking at confirmation of a close or two on both those time frames. And I would say 2 or 3 closes above those time frames, above that $5 level, given what we've seen here. Especially when you've got these low floaters, low priced, and the head fakes, and how many people are out there, both the long and short side, people that might have been involved in the pre-market, they're looking to dump their earlier bought stock on those that are looking to get into it later. And then you have the other side of it, those that are looking to short at these levels, hoping to find some weakness and lesser conviction of those that are holding the stock from lower levels as they move into these kind of pivot levels. And so, here is a good example of it. Yes, we get a close above $5 here, and this candle opens above $5 and immediately drops below it, right? And so those are the kind of things that I'd be looking at here and trying to find confirmation. And yes, when you wait for confirmation, there are going to be times, and plenty of them, where maybe waiting for the confirmation delayed you from getting in the stock and moved without you, and there it goes. But I would bet if you kept a journal and you noted how many times a stock met your confirmation, didn't meet the confirmation exactly as it should be and took off, versus how many times it didn't meet the confirmation and then it fell, you're going to find them falling a lot more than taking off. And, I have a saying that I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside, because it's a game of defense here, what we're playing. So Mike C, what's happening? What is happening, sir? Always good to see you. Happy Monday to you. So anyways, AUDD, long tangent there, but hopefully that makes sense or brings some kind of value to your thinking, your process. Obviously, if you're, beyond these levels as far as trading and trading plans and things like that go, I do, apologize if it bores you. Just like I said, when there's nothing else here for me question-wise, going to go off on the things that are related to the scans and stocks that are, presented on my screen, and then the thoughts behind those. So always looking to share those types of things with folks. Anyways, let's peruse on through the rest of this top 10 list. See if there's anything of value, note to discuss here. PTN. So a different story here. Slight gap up on this. Different and similar. Let me rephrase that. A bit higher of a float. Still low float, generally speaking, but much less on that gap up percentage and move. And, we see some nice moves that come through here, and we'll call it a more tradable chart. There's no easy in any of this, right? Some looks nicer or more organized or better coordinated as far as the price action goes than others. I think AUUD illustrates something that's a bit tougher here versus something like PTN. And again, not that this isn't hard, but not quite the same whippiness, not quite the same distance to fall if you were wrong earlier on, things of that nature. So all the same, PTN, there it is. If I were to be interested in this again, it'd probably have to be, I'd have to see a close or two above the VWAP again to have me interested in it here. CVU. Interesting here as I look at across the charts, the volume that's going on. Looking left, we can see a few days where volume stands out a bit more than the general, let's call it norm. But even like that, those are still light liquidity is what I'd call them. Because, we're looking at today, and that's the largest group going all the way back to June of last year, actually into May of last year here. And even with that said, we've only traded 587,000 shares on the day. And here's where relative volume is relative, right? It's good for 38.8% or 38.8 on the ratio, higher than what it's normally doing. But I wouldn't call this a very liquid stock at this point. Just shy of 600,000 shares traded. There isn't a ton of interest among day traders in that. from my perspective. Doesn't mean I wouldn't trade it or people shouldn't trade it. No, some people want to see much more liquidity in a stock. They're not going to trade anything that's traded less than 1 million shares or 2 million shares, whatever they arbitrarily have decided, or I shouldn't say arbitrarily, but whatever they have worked out in their trading plan for whatever reasons behind that testing. But what I am trying to illustrate here is that something, with a huge bar, it can be deceiving when we don't put the full picture in perspective. So anyways, just looking at that there. It's held well. You've seen the sellers have come in for it a few times with these bottoming shadows here, and the buyers have been able to hold it above that. But for how long, who knows? And again, does interest dry up in this? Does it not dry up in this? I'd also note this, nothing else. Again, also, we're looking at another low float stock here. My drawing tool's loading, but something I want to illustrate, and I feel like the drawing tool will be handy to do so if it should ever so bless us with its presence. There we go. All right. So we've got that initial volume here on those first couple of 5-minute candles, and it really kind of dies off. And we get a shot of volume here, dies off, and we get a couple more shots of volume here. It just shows that the people that are interested in this have maintained some interest, at least through this point of the day, versus, often we'll see a stock where it's got, a lot of volume up in here and maybe even to the first several 5-minute candles. And then we see it kind of just fades off, and then that's it. And not to say that there aren't shares trading in it. There isn't liquidity in the stock at that moment, but it's just nowhere near what it was off the open, and the interest in the overall pool of participants isn't the same, where this pool of participants has come back to this well for whatever reason, whether on the buy side or sell side. Anyways, just things that I like to note here as we're going through some charts. PTN, CBU, OM, here we go. This is Owings. No, that was going to be Owings Minor. Onset Medical, never heard of them. Don't really know who they are. Again, not exactly a large float, but larger than everything we looked at this point, just under 50 million being reported there. All right, liquidity, all right, volume. We traded over 1.5 million now on that with a 3 3.75 ratio as to normal. We can see this thing in the past has had some pretty big volume days here. And so I would bet those liquidity days all through those were pretty high into the several millions on shares traded. Obviously not a great looking daily chart period, but it looks like it's also had its intraday moves over these time periods. And here and here, a lot of topping shadows on it here. So it's not something you want to get stuck holding the bag of. But just like CVU, we could see that early onset volume, a move down, a move back in, a move down, and a move back in. So there are folks coming back to this well for one reason or the other. Anyways, moving along. All right. Hi, how can you find stocks that have consolidated on 5-15 minute before close? Previous days, they have high probability to move the next day. So we don't have a yesterday 5 or 15 minute before the close filter. What I would suggest to you, the best you could do is off the top of my head, is create something for that time period yesterday. So you could do something like this and run the history. So you could do something like this. What's the alert we're going to want for this? Maybe we're going to want to try consolidation alert here. I'm going to leave that blank. Let's go with 5 and 15 minutes. There's a big difference in that. So I'm going to go with the 15-minute change and a percent. Add that filter, and let's go with a max of, let's say, 0.75. I'm just plugging numbers in here. You could always make adjustments on this as well. You could also look at a range too on this. 15-minute range. We could also consider that as well. For this exercise, I'm going to go with just the change for the moment, and we could swap it to the range afterwards and just see the difference on how much we do or do not like the results from this. I'm going to give it some arbitrary price numbers here, some arbitrary shares traded. Since we're looking towards the end of the day, I'm going to put a 750,000 cap on that. I'm going to put a relative volume of 1 because if you're looking for something that may have some move into the next day, you want to make sure there's some interest in it and it's not something that's going to just dry out on you. There's no way to actually know, but the idea is try to eliminate some of that from that. So, I'd start with something like this here, right? And then, once I've got this alert going here, I then look at that time frame that you're looking at. I go history, time frame. And so yesterday would have been the 5th, actually. So the 5th. And let's get our time frame going. So the oldest alert, let's just go with saying 15 minutes before the close. So let's go. I'm going to go 3:30 though on this. 3:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. We can run that history. We can come across all the stocks that met that alert. Now, you can refine filters, right? If you want to see more or less shares traded, if you want to tighten up that price range, if you want to see it in a certain position and range over the last couple of days that maybe was in some kind of uptrend, something like that. But that's how I would do the look back, and then you could export anything that you want here, This is kind of the homework that I do with my evening scan and things like that. I start to go through charts and add them to symbols lists according to what I want. Yes, on a symbols list, right click, add to symbols list. Send to symbols lists, whatever the symbols list that you might want to track these on into a scan the next day. That would be the way that I would go about this personally, because like I said, we don't have a way to actively scan right now for prior to yesterday's close by 15 minutes in that regard. So your thank you leads me to believe I'm making sense helping out here. If I'm not covering something well, please let me know and go back and do a little more on it. We can also, we could look at some of these that, now remember, 0.75% on $150 stock is going to look a lot different than 0.75% on a $9 stock, right? So, keep those in mind. The other thing I didn't do here that you may want to consider doing with this, if you go with the change. So the way I've filtered this right now is I'm saying, show me stocks where the price was down in the last 15 minutes, where it was flat in the last 15 minutes. It was up no more than 0.75. You may want to bracket this in actually and put a minus 0.75 here. So it could only have been up or down that much in the last 15 minutes there. And again, we're using history to see those last 15 minutes. Otherwise, it would be a current rolling last 15 minutes. You may also consider instead going with the range and saying, the max range I want to see is 0.75 or 1% or, not 0.1%, sorry, 1% like that. And again, if we use the show me function, we're saying that the range is no more than 1%, saying it's got to be within 1% over the last 15 minutes of its movement with the stock. And again, I always just keep in mind, and it's something that took me some time to wrap my head around. That's why I kind of pound on this one a bunch. When you're scanning, if you're looking at something that's, $150 stock, that range price-wise and the bars will probably look a lot different. Not probably, they will look a lot differently than stocks that are $10, for example. And you'll see that grow and fluctuate as you move up through the price ranges. So again, keep those in mind. Sometimes I've seen people want to break down scans and have the same scan more or less the same scan, but they'll have one version with one price range, another version with another price range. And they may do some adjustment or tightening of the filters based on that. So for example, the larger price range, maybe they want to see only a 0.5% maximum movement on it. And then the smaller price ranges, they want to go with a 1% or 1.25%, for example, because they want to see maybe a touch more range on the lower price stocks and a touch less range on the higher price stocks. So 1 to 2 hours on the previous day. So yeah, same concept. We just adjust the filter timeframes that we're looking at. And so range, let's just go with filters here. Let's clean that up a little bit. So on the range, you have a 1 hour range here on dollars or percent, or you have a 2 hour, 120-minute range. So you just substitute those in instead of the 5 and 15 minutes that I was looking at there. And the same thing on the change. We have those same ones on the change as well. And again, so you plug those in the same way. So, we can go ahead and add the filter. We could drop out that here, hide unused. And then we would go ahead and, there we go, add that filter, and that brings us back. And then again, we do the same thing. So the change 60-minute, I'm just putting this in as an example. And I always encourage people to use the show me function here, because when you add the values, it'll update it in real time what you're telling the scan to do. And then when you press OK, those changes are accepted into it. So again, if we wanted to bracket it in here saying, I don't want to see anything that's down more than 0.75%. I don't want to see anything up more than 0.75%. By adding those values in the minimum and maximum fields up here and then pressing OK, it now translates to the scan here like that for itself. And then again, same concept with going over to the history function of the alert window. The reason why I'll lean you into an alert window on this instead of a top list is because top list, you don't have a way to do a larger time frame like we've just shown here. When we go into history and I'm able to make this time frame like that, or you're able to make that time frame like that, it's not the same with top list. I'm just going to bring over a top list here to illustrate. Top list, essentially, if we go into time frame and we use historical date, you just put the day and time in, and then it's going to give you a 5-minute snapshot of the stocks that met the criteria of that scan in those 5 minutes. So you couldn't look at a whole hour block in one shot like that. You'd have to go 5 minutes by 5 minutes by 5 minutes consistently. A lot more work. And the other thing is this, you're not going to know what was what in those 5 minutes, the specific values, versus here, you see how we've got a timestamp. And so if there was anything that I wanted to know, if I wanted to know a relative volume at an exact time, I can see that now with the alert window versus in the history. I don't know what point in that 5 minutes any of those were. Now, with the relative volume over 5 minutes, generally speaking, you're not going to see, you can, but you're not always going to see a huge difference in the value from the beginning of the 5 minutes to the end of the 5 minutes. But the change percents, whether it's that hour-long one or maybe a change from open one, if you're using some kind of SMA or something like that, you may see a decent or a significant change in that value over 5 minutes where you might want that timestamp there. And again, you have to ask yourself what's important to you. You don't have those things as an importance to you, then maybe, a top list history is going to work for you, and you could experiment and try with that in that regard too. So again, different items, different ways to look at things for what we want to see out of it. So, all right, glad I believe that helped. And again, fire some more questions in if there was more that you want to cover in that. Peter, loyal. Pay super close attention to your advice. Look closely at 15-minute volume. Yeah, Peter, I'm not looking a ton at the 15-minute volume necessarily. I'm looking at, what the volume looks like on my 5 minutes and 3 minute charts. But that's relative to what I'm doing and my trading style and plans and things like that. I would suspect anybody that's using 15-minute charts, that 15-minute volume and the bars on the 15-minute volume charts, those are going to obviously play a heavier role into what they're doing. I'm just not personally looking at those time frames, but 15 minutes is a very popular time frame among traders. So there's without a question significance to it. And of course, things become more significant as more people use them. It's not about right or wrong necessarily. It's just what's relevant and relatively being used a lot by traders, in the entire scope of things in general, right? And like I said, of course, 15 minutes is there as a time frame for anybody to take a look at like that. So, and I think we're all right. And again, bring in those questions, ask them again. Whatever it is that you want to see or you want to hear about that's relevant to you. I'm gonna jump back again and start just going over some of these things in the scan again here. So we did OM, right? Yeah, we did OM. LGVN. I feel like that was popular at some point. Nope, I guess not. Thought I heard the stock being mentioned the other day, but I kind of doubt it given looking at this daily chart here. But let's see, LGVN, again, a sizable gap up here coming from just over $2 to a bit over $3. Makes pretty good opening move here on that first, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes before beginning a sell-off, and just kind of done so again after that. Stocks like this, now speaking from a personal standpoint, they'd be a tough one for me because I generally like to sit out till about 10 o'clock in the morning on any day trading that I'm doing. Definitely sitting out the first 15, if not 20, 25 minutes. It's really rare for me if I'm getting in before 20 minutes, before 9:50 in the morning. So a lot of head fakes, and I'm not good at identifying those until I'm already losing money, which, as anyone here that has traded knows, is not very, very fun. Given where this is at right now, it's back under that $4 level, back under the VWAP. This would need a lot of work for me to have any kind of interest in it again today. It's also pinned under this 8 EMA. So I first want to see it capture that. And then once it does that, it's not like it's got a ton of room to run back into that VWAP. And so I want to see it, close a candle or 3 above that VWAP and so on and so forth. So not something I'm likely to be interested in anymore at this point, but nevertheless, it was coming through the scans early. CXAI. This thing has been in and out of favor for months now. Obviously an AI play, and AI is still quite a buzz all over the place, whether it's the, things in our everyday lives, obviously the market with what we're doing here and what we're talking about. And once again, CXAI is front and center here. Liquidity is pretty incredible on this stock, given that it's trading 1.69% what it's normal, not percent. I keep saying percent on the relative volume. Sorry, 1.69 above its normal ratio. So it's, doing 0.69 more than what it would normally do on that ratio. And that's still good for 13 million shares traded to this point. So, it's not really doing anything that abnormal, and it's still got 13 million shares traded to this point. That just goes to tell you how many folks are involved in this and going back and forth to the well on trading it. Would like to note this here. After this massive day, you've had a number of inside days here, and it is now trying to break above the body of that candle from all those inside days. So that's something I'm certainly paying attention to myself. Let's see. Mountain Monkey asks about MUX. Let's take a look here. MUX. Gold and silver, they've been obviously, gold has been in favor, silver not so much. Miners haven't participated the same as the metals themselves have. but this miner has been a bit stronger than I would say most of the others in general have. Definitely breaking out here. Up over 10, came back and tested below that, back up above that again. Not a large float for a mining stock. Usually you see these things in the 100+ million range. Also, I'd say light on the liquidity. It's not illiquid, obviously, 500,000 shares traded on it, but it's also not setting any records here. I will note this has stayed fairly consistent on its volume over the last month plus here. So, I don't know what we're looking at, a day trading or swing trading, but certainly a nice looking chart. It has shown some good resilience here. You've got a ways to go before it shows any earnings like that. And obviously you're going to be mostly tethered to the price of precious metals with it. But a decent looking chart, definitely shown some resilience here after a very, very solid breakout above 8. And now a pretty good breakout and a test of that breakout on 10 there. And it gives you some defined levels here, right? That, look, below 10, you got to wonder, where am I headed? Is it 9? Is it 8? So you got some risk levels to consider there. Above 10 and above 11, more precisely. Get rid of that drawing. We start to look back in a more significant time frame, and there's quite a gap actually going on here. It's quite the gap we're looking at, all the way up to 30. Now, look, obviously that's the dream fill for anybody long for it, but I would consider your milestones, $12, $13, $14, those whole numbers as some resistance levels. And again, of course, should the sellers come for gold in any fashion, there's a good chance that it could negatively impact this to the long side as well. But arbitrarily speaking, for whatever it's worth, I mean, it's a nice looking chart. That's a decent looking chart right there, I think. UCAR popped up multiple times in the AI during the day. Does that mean it's valid at all times? I mean, I don't know how to answer, is it valid or not? It's certainly in play. I mean, it's going to be 15 million shares traded in a moment here, doing 124 times what it's normally doing for volume. There's no doubt people coming back and forth to the well for this all day long here. If you're looking for it for longer term play, I'm going to defer to it, the chart here. And, I'm looking at these resistance levels going back here. I don't think it's any happy accident that this thing ran into some resistance at the level it just did here early on in the day. I also don't think it's any happy accident that it went under that VWAP and has been pretty much suppressed by it as well. So, Holly, like anything else, I consider it idea generation, right? And one of the parts about Holly's idea generation that's unique is the fact that it is going to give you a stop price here, suggested stop price. But I still think everybody needs to be a trader when looking at these. Look at that stop price. Does it make sense to me? If it doesn't make sense, or if I can't make sense of it, I have to ask myself why. And then how does the rest of the trade make sense for my portfolio? There's no function within Holly that says, oh yeah, this is the one, jump in, get me. You still have to be a little bit of a trader. You still have to be a bit of a risk manager. You still got to have a little chart knowledge. But the fact that Holly's looked at it, as far as I'm concerned, it's a watch list now. And it's a watch list to certainly, without any question, pay attention to. And for those that are newer into trading or the software in general, again, you've got a stop that's put out there for you that is making you think about losing money, right? Because the first thing we're trying to do as traders is not lose money. That's the first thing you're trying to do. After you're not losing money, then making money becomes the next part of it. And there's no other scan that's going to give you that stop loss, suggested stop loss like Holly does. And then, of course, you do have, the back testing of the algorithms that are behind it. Holly doesn't have profit targets. She's got the time stops as exits and the reduced risk and the profit saves as exits. And those sometimes leave a lot to be desired, to be honest. And that's why managing it from there on your own, all right, Holly's called it. Let's take a look at the candles, leading into it here. How are these looking? How is this working? Here on this, this candle here, we've been sideways for a while. We haven't been able, this is my thought process. And we're getting the alert on this candle here. We've been kind of selling off and sideways for a while. We're fighting at this $7 whole level number. I'm not going to just go running into that as a trader right there. I'm going to need to see it really get above and hold and show me that there's some interest in that, So that's how I would have looked at that there personally. But I would say, it's relevant and valid to have it in view for the day. Is it relevant and valid to own it for the day? Nothing can tell you that. And I would consider each alert individually, Kareem. I would also put something into it that if, it's alerting on multiple strategies, that there's obviously enough interest there among day traders at this current time to maybe give it a little extra attention. Not necessarily buy, but a little extra attention that maybe I'm checking this chart a little more. Maybe I've got a few price alerts set at some different levels that, these are the areas that really going to spark my interest to that next level of a possible position in them. What types of races do you run and trade? You're the only trader I've seen who incorporates them into their layout. Yeah, I'm more of a day trader than Andy or Steve. Jamie, I think, he's got his scans the way he likes them for many, 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 many years. And so I think, Jamie is an alert window kind of person. The same goes for Barry. I just happen to like the way the data is displayed in the races better. That's why I've gone with them. So I'm just looking at relative strength from the open in a few different ways. And then I took Barry's 10-day daily breakout alert window and I created a race out of it. It's pretty similar considering that you're working from a top list perspective instead of an alert window perspective. And that's all I've done with that. And again, there's no right or wrong way with any of this. It's like going to a restaurant and, oh, well, what's the best thing on the menu? Oh, our scallops are the best thing on the menu. And then the person tells you, oh, I hate scallops. Well, okay, well, I guess then, sorry, the same thing with any kind of scanning or anything like that. Some people, strength from the open or the position from the open isn't really relevant to them, or it's not relevant in what they're scanning for or what they're doing. And so again, my quote unquote wheelhouse is someone else's flat tire essentially. But I'm happy to, Nathaniel, I can share the main two ones here if you want, and kind of go over what those are doing. Let me just find the cloud links for those. So let's see. This first cloud link is the one in the top right. And this next cloud link is the one in the bottom right. And then I'll just go over what I've done with these scans. All right, so looking at this one, I'm going to open the top list on it. In the top list, I have told this scan, find me stocks between $2 and $30. They traded at least 400,000 shares on the day. I want to see that they are 85% above the lower Bollinger Band. The reason behind that is stocks that break or moving towards an upper band or break the upper band, showing momentum to the upside. I am fully aware that there are a lot of folks that use Bollinger Bands as a revision to the mean. John Bollinger, who created Bollinger Bands, does not use them that way, was never intended to use them that way. And if you ever told him you use them that way, he'd probably shake his head. And I say this knowing so because I have met John Bollinger and spoken with him a few different times. So that's not to say that there are not viable strategies using them as revisions to the mean. There are many of them. And by all means, if something works, absolutely use it, right? I just happen to not use it that way, that, I was looking to capture momentum. And then aside from that, then I put a volume filter in here just because when I first created this scan, this set of scans, I was finding stocks that, had traded enough shares, but they were only trading like kind of blocks of shares and they weren't actively trading, traded 15,000 shares and then they traded 5,000 shares and then trade for 10 minutes and then they traded another 4,000 shares and then trade for another 3 or 4 minutes. I want to see people that they're active into the stock. I don't want to see people that are trading the stocks and actively trading them. They're not just, all of a sudden I get into a position and nobody else has traded the stock for 30 minutes. That's not what I'm trying to be involved in my day trading. So I just put that in there. Then the next part of the topless part of the race is I said, all right, once you've got me those stocks, I want the ones that are up the most from the open sitting at the top. Those are the ones I want most into focus. Those are the ones that I want up here on the race. And then from there inside the race, now we show the race setup. I said, all right, we're basing the race on a change from open percent as well on a total and descend it, meaning that the stocks that are up the most from the open are at the top of the race and in a descending order from there. And I want you to race them based on how much they're open or how much they're up from the open, with the ones that are up the most from the open leading the races essentially. And that's what I've done there. And that's what you're seeing here in this scan. This scan here is almost the same, but it's not. Let's go to open the top list. And let's go to the configure. And in this one, I said, show me stocks that are $8 to $30, traded 550,000 shares on the day. There's no Bollinger Band component to the stock. Same thing with the volume metrics, that I just want to see stocks that are being actively traded. And then the race setup is going to be the same as the other race setup. I'm running 3-minute races. Now, originally, I started with 3-minute races because I used to use 15-minute charts. And 5 races equaled a 15-minute chart, 3 minutes like that. And so that's why I did that. I've moved on and out of 15-minute charts. I moved to 5-minute charts, but I do use 3-minute charts. So I've left it at the 3 minutes there. That was my logic and reasoning behind that. I encourage people, like with anything else, experiment with it and see what it means to you, what it doesn't mean to you, how it may or may not help. For some people, the timing of the race, it really doesn't mean anything to them. They just want the race to run, and that's the end of it. Other people want to see a number of finishes so they can compile how many times something has won a race. Again, if it doesn't play a role in what you are doing, don't force it, right? If you don't really care how many times something's won a race, then it isn't really that relevant how many races are being completed over the course of a day, right? So don't force something that isn't. Again, it goes back to with anything being subjective. If you bought a car to just drive, in everyday weather, it doesn't really make sense to put racing tires on them, right? If you've got a car that needs to perform on slick roads, and obviously you're getting some kind of weather type tires, things like that. Just trying to show comparisons that, we can make from outside stock world to inside stock world based on how relative something is and its subjectivity to what we're doing or what anyone is doing. Do we have control on scanning different settings of Bollinger Bands? We have a few different Bollinger Band filters, if that's what you're asking. So if you go into the search of any scan and you type in Bollinger, you've got 5, 15, 16 daily bands to choose from. There's no way to create other bands or fancy it up or anything like that. We just have those bands, and you can, select, you can use the minimum and maximum numbers to show where something is inside those bands. If I add the filter here and, do the show me function, the same as what we covered earlier with the change or the range filters. Add numbers into here, and it's going to tell you what adding those numbers is going to do, and to the minimum field, maximum fields. And if you press OK, it'll carry over into the scan. The scan will then move accordingly and return results according to what you have entered for those values in the fields. Yeah, we don't have a squeeze filter in that regard. We do have in the Market Explorer a squeeze scan, but Market Explorer scans are not configurable. So like if we go new Market Explorer window, oops, move that back out of the way where it belongs. All right. If I right click the Market Explorer, select strategy, somewhere in here, where am I looking? Bollinger Band, there we go. So TTM squeeze daily, tightest bands in a year. So you have those two that are like that there. Again, they're not configurable, so just going to return the stocks that meet what Michael Noss programmed into those like that for your squeezes. Now, obviously, you can put bands on your charts with indicators. Right-click indicators, and there's Bollinger Bands. You can throw that on there. There's also Bollinger Band width if you wanted to put that on there as well. And then you could look through that scan of the squeezes and the stocks that are there and what they look like on the charts and relative to the bands and how tight those look. So I think I've hit questions and answered them. If I missed something, or if I didn't answer it to your liking, or there's more that you wanted from that, please, repost the question and maybe add a little more to it that you're looking for out of it, so I can make sure I'm really covering everybody well. I don't want anybody to ever think that I was dodging or ignoring a question. The questions that I will ignore or dodge is when people start asking me for buy and sell advice. Obviously, I'm not ever going to be giving that to anybody other than, buy to make money, sell to make money. Whatever that means to you, figure it out. Could I see the moment a stock crosses up a standard deviation of one of the stock is above 30-period moving average as an alert? No. The only thing we have for standard deviation that you're going to find, again, if we have it, it'll be in the search, and we have a standard deviation alert. All right, and then we can look at in the help section here. We press that help. This is what it's going to give us and what it's looking for in here. But unfortunately, no way to get creative on that there, Nathaniel, with what you're looking for. First, we don't have a 30-period moving average to filter on. If we were to do 30, you're not finding a 30 moving average in here, unfortunately. Sorry to say. So, just sorry, there's not much I can do to help you on that specific look there. What is the, oh, wait, hold on. I know I missed something. Here. I saw it and I said, go back on that, Chris. What's the solid line MA on the daily chart? So on my daily chart, this is a multi-period low of 20, meaning it's going to move along whatever the lowest point was over the last 20 days. And then, each day, a prior day rolls off. And if there's a new low point on those 20 days based on the new day put on there, it'll adjust accordingly. So it's a way that I kind of use for some momentum, up and down side on stocks for daily charts. Sorry, I saw that before and I was in the middle of something. I said I got to circle back on that, and I didn't, and I just remembered. So that's what this is. Not a VWAP, just a multi-period low. And you can find that if you go to indicators and you see multi-period low, I've chosen the period to be 20. And that's that. There's also a multi-period high if you wanted to have the flip side of it as well, or use it as a bracket or anything like that. It's your own kind of envelope. What is the VWAP period on trade ideas? Well, VWAP's just a running. VWAP's just running, right? There's no period on VWAP. Like if you go right-click indicators and you go to VWAP, you don't add a period to VWAP. It just runs, right? That's all it does is it runs. Now, if you're talking about on the filters, we do have distance from VWAP 1 through 5. 1 meaning we're starting from today on the VWAP. 2 is yesterday. 3 day before that, and day before that. So on and so forth with those 5 VWAPs there. So those are the ones that we have that are there. And those filters work on distance. You can see the actual values with these here. These are values. They're not like a distance from. So like if you were to use this filter and you put like a 30 for a minimum value, it's just going to show you stocks where it's, the VWAP's 30 essentially, like that. Yeah, there is, look, nobody that knows all of the software, and anybody that tells you does is a liar, with the exception of maybe a couple of our developers, but they kind of more have to than anybody else. I know a lot about this software. I know all kinds of things about this software that I never even use, but because I support and troubleshoot and things like that I have to understand a lot of it. There are things once in a while I get stumped on by users, and I have to go back and do some testing and exploring myself to get the answers on those. But what I would really encourage people, and something that Barry does all the time and I think about a lot, is nobody needs to know everything about this software. Nobody is using all the filters. There's nobody using all the filters, nobody using all the alerts. You don't need to know what they all mean. Now, does that mean that you just say, oh, I've got these 5 things, I'll never look at anything else? No, of course not, right? Markets change, traders can change, strategies can change. And so you may have something that's working well for a period of time, and then something may not be working so well with it. And you may want to find something to add to it. You may want to look at another filter, sub one filter for another, or add a filter, or adjust volumes on these filters, right? And, you're going to want to obviously explore and understand those things that are like that. But keep things generally in perspective and relative to what's important to you. Don't get caught up in trying to know everything. You'll be like, you'll be chasing your own tail essentially. And that was something that I struggled with very much as an early user, is trying to know every little thing about the software when I really didn't know almost anything about trading in general, right? And so as a combination of the two of those things, as I began to understand trading, understand what I was looking for, what I wanted to see, what I was trying to trade and do as a strategy and timeframes and things like that, then I locate the filters and alerts that are relevant to those things and implement those. And of course, especially for someone who was like me, that I knew absolutely nothing about trading. 100%, there's nothing. I knew there were stocks and people bought and sold them. I didn't know what a moving average is. I didn't understand what volume was or liquidity. I didn't understand what average true range means or Bollinger Bands or any of those things like that, right? And so over time and with research and looking these things up and beginning to understand them, how they made sense to me or didn't make sense to me, how I did or did not want to implement them, and obviously things I didn't want to implement, off to the side you went. We're not looking at you, at least for now, unless for some reason we're bringing that back in again. So how to zoom charts. Sorry, Jason, I just saw that. So if you hold your control key and scroll your mouse wheel, that's how you can zoom charts. And zoom in and out like that by holding your mouse key and controlling. Holding control and scrolling your mouse wheel. I apologize. Brain doing a backflip on me. Different from Questrade. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Questrade, so I can't. Trade Ideas is the first software I came across when I was looking to get into trading the markets, and I just never strayed from here. I found a home long before I came to work for Trade Ideas. I quote unquote found a home here, in the traders room with Barry and the folks that are there. And software and webinars and things of that nature. No, because I don't trade the pre-market or post-market. I really don't look at it much at all. I mean, I look at it for pre-market and post-market is more entertainment to me. I'm not really basing anything on it. Like I said, I'm not getting involved in anything till I'll say if I make, I'm just using kind of an arbitrary set of numbers, but for percentage purposes, if I make 50 day trades in a month, I'm comfortable saying 45 of them. I'm not taking about 45 of them. I never enter them before 10 o'clock Eastern time. So what it did in the pre-market really doesn't hold any bearing or weight to me whatsoever. I don't ever put pre-market and post-market on my charts ever. I never enable them other than if I'm, troubleshooting something for someone or having a discussion about it with someone. But for my own trading, I never look at them. So no, I'm not an advocate for it. I'm also not an advocate against it. And if people are trading those times, and I understand that people like to trade those times, want to trade those times, have to trade those times. I understand those things, and I don't see any reason not to. But early on in trading, I got my butt handed to me so very badly in the pre-market over and over again. I mean, ridiculously massive losses on top of the fact that I couldn't just get out of trades because it was that time frame. You can't just mark it out right away or anything like that. And for those reasons, I decided to stop touching that hot stove. That stove remains hot to me and burns me. Would things be different today if I started trading the pre-market and I have a better understanding of market and market mechanics, all those things like that? I don't know, maybe, but I'm not going to test it. I don't see any reason to. I don't need to. So there's no reason for me to go back and do that. And I surmise the question comes from the fact that our moving average filters don't take into account pre-market data for what they're outputting. I don't think that'll be changing anytime in the near future. I'm sorry to say, I'm one of those people that if I could just hand everybody their requests that they wanted, I absolutely would. But there's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes for the data that we have than a lot of people realize, and the mousetrap that's built here, and adding things to it isn't just adding a filter to the system. There's a lot more that goes behind it because of the way it impacts the rest of the software and other filters, because of the odds maker and the historical data points. Our moving average filters are not impacted by pre-market and post-market data. You can, if you enable in a chart, your moving averages on the chart will react accordingly and appropriately to the pre-market that's going on, but the data in your filters will not be impacted by those pre-market numbers. Another one that comes in a lot is a relative volume filter does not work in the pre-market. It defaults to show everything as a 1 in the pre-market. And so if you have a pre-market scan and you use the relative volume filter in it and you have a value over 1, it will block data on you. And again, that's not something that is going to change at all. I would, as a alternative, suggest to anybody that's looking for some kind of relative volume metrics in the pre-market that isn't just shares traded, I would encourage you to look at our volume today percent, this filter down here, and just to go over how that works versus the relative volume filter. So essentially, volume percent today is taking a 10-day average and turning it into a percent, where 100 is normal, 200 is 2 times, 300 3 times, 400 4 times, so on and so forth, right? It's also, this stock has done this. It can't be undone. That's it. So if you have a stock that's done 200% of its normal volume for the day, it's done it. That's the end of it. It's in there. It's baked into there. Even if the stock completely stopped trading right now, it has done that much volume. You can't undo it. Versus the relative volume filter is reactionary, and it's a 30-day ratio on the average. And it's saying to this point in the day, we've done this. And if we continue at this rate, this is where we're headed. But if volume were to pick up, you'd see the relative volume number here pick up. Or if volume were to slow down, you would see the relative volume number slow down as well, like that. So that's the differences then. Can I explain using the SPY as my example? So if we bring up the SPY chart here and duplicate this here, I am going to go configure, if I could click that correctly, and volume today percent. I'm going to show that column. Oops. And to this point in the day, the SPY has done 29.7% of what it's normally doing. And if we look at this volume bar here, we can see we're past halfway the trading day, and we haven't even done half the volume of the day today, right? That's what that's representing right there. That's what has gone on up to this point, right? The relative volume is showing us to this point in the day. We're looking below, right? And this looks about right now, that this number will tick up accordingly as the day goes on. Should the volume pick up here intraday, you'll see this number pick up. Should the volume stay exactly what it's been doing, you'll see that number stay flat. And should the volume decrease more, we'll see that number decrease. But this number can't decrease. That's what it's done. This is just tracking the pace for which it is at. And with that said, I hear Barry.
You do hear me. I'm rubbing my hands in glee over all the things you're talking about. So, it's funny when we were talking about the pre-market. You're right. I don't trade the pre-market very often, maybe one trade a month if I'm lucky. Mm-hmm. But I do like to see it on the chart. I do like to see what happened in the pre-market on a chart. So that's why I have it. But I don't really care whether or not the SMAs or anything like that are being affected by it. But I do like to see the pre-market action on a chart, just in case something, decides to take out the pre-market high, or there was a lot of volume at a certain, price.
Yeah.
I don't think I would hate to not see it, but it's not that I trade the pre-market. I would just hate not to see it.
No. I knew that for you, and I know there's a number of other traders too that look at that the same thing. What was that pre-market high? It does matter without a question. I don't have a real good excuse or reason for not using it. I just don't.
Or even not even the pre-market high, but you might see a price and where there seems to be a lot of action, because you'll see the volume bars, you'll see the price, right. And you could see a bunch of volume bars at a certain price, so that could even act as a resistance area. But you're right. I to trade the pre-market, you have to have basically 100% attention, because and I don't, not in the pre-market. I'm doing too many other things. But and your explanation about the volume percent, I mean, a good way to use it, just like you said, I mean, if a stock has done 50% of what it normally does all day long, and it's done it in the pre-market, that's significant, as an example, just to throw out a percentage.
Yep.
And with that in mind, thank you for taking over for me, giving me my 1 hour's spell.
Absolutely.
And we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Hope we all got something out of that. And I'll see you on the next one. And I can see your screen is back up and sharing, sir.
Back up. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Excellent. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. All I have to do now is get rid of that and get my music going, and then, back to normal. All right, there we are. So, since I was gone, I saw that wave absolutely explode here, guys, just absolutely explode. Saw it here, saw it on the right here, and over and over and over again. Now, one that I am kind of trying to pay attention to is the PPTA. The PPTA showed up on the combo scan at 609. Okay, that was the price. Now that red line represents the next high on the daily chart. Okay. Now, I went to a monthly chart. I went to a monthly chart and you can't see it. I had to expand this monthly chart back to this month. So we're talking about almost 4 years ago, guys. Almost 4 years ago. That was July of 2021. Do we care that that's the next high looking left? I don't particularly care. So what I'm going to be looking for right now for the PPTA, basing a little bit just over the sixth level, and maybe it starts to run towards the end of the day because I really don't think that what happened 4 years ago is that relevant to today. In my opinion, only, of course. All right. So William's saying he will keep the room open, the main room open until 4 o'clock. So I usually take off at around 3 o'clock Eastern time. So William says he'll keep the room open until about 4 o'clock. Thank you, William, as always. All right. Meanwhile, the MRT or Wave, what did Wave end up? It pulled all the way back. It got up to 270, pulled all the way back down to two. Well, AUUD right now is in a bit of a downtrend. So I don't know if it's going to, it will have to break that downtrend, first of all. It's in the downtrend. So, I mean, does it have room to run? Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, it's in a downtrend right now through that 10 SMA also. Where's the VWAP? 451. So it's but now below the VWAP. Some pretty critical levels. Man, Wave is right back up, guys. Wave is right back up. Now here's another example of one that we didn't see this one at all. And by the way, of course, we could have seen Wave earlier with some scan. Don't get me wrong, but we did not see it until it hit this 165, and then all of a sudden it exploded. This is what I'm trying to say. That all of us like take a look at some of these ones down here. Maybe they're just resting, okay? Because we've had two that were really doing nothing at the beginning of the day, ETAO and Wave, and look what happened. You see them here now. Yeah. So the way this is color coded is that if Perry, as an example, is in brown, that is a suggestion to short, and if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay, that's remember there are two strategies. There are two kind of alerts in here, scans in here. One is on the way up, and one's on the way down. So if it's on the way down, it's a suggestion in brown to short it, and again in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay, and the same thing here. I mean, it's the same thing here. Okay, so you can see not that I mean, the market's done really nothing today. But again, mainly light blue. The only one that was a suggestion to short was the double X double I. Now, a lot, some of you will use this and say watch and maybe you short a top. That's what I'm saying. As a watch list, you can always, it doesn't absolutely mean, of course, the stock is going to keep moving higher and higher all day long. And maybe I mean I'm really liking this PPTA. I'm just thinking that this doesn't matter. That red line does not matter. If there's any news on this one, this is a resource company. Rises on early indication for an up to $1.8 billion in financing. Okay. Well, that's your reason. Canadian company trades, I'm sure must trade on Toronto. Also, dual listing. Must have a dual listing. Yeah, I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, it's just sort of 607, 611 on the bid ask. All right, Superior here, guys. I thought it was another company, but what do? They design and manufacture of aluminum or a British full aluminium road wheels for passenger cars. Ooh, AMRK. I did something really stupid. Let's see if I can duplicate it. Yeah, I had this thumbnail, but I had it thumbnailed as ARMK, ARMK, as opposed to AMRK. And I thought I was following the wrong stock, if that makes sense. This is what I'm talking about right there. I had it thumbnail. I'm going, all right, go, 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 because it's about the same price. No, I mean, no, it's not the same, but 38, but 32 in the same ballpark. And I thought, man, this is really moving well. All right, guys. Well, let's see. And I wanted I actually wanted to be back into this AMRK. So it's got room, I think. AMRK. Let me check it out again. I think it's got some room. So let's see. Position a lifetime high, 84%. So it's certainly at a upper end of its life. So that $41. Actually, $39 is the next high looking left. That's on the monthly chart. So it's got a little bit of room, but a dollar to that next high. Yeah, with Schlimber, yeah. So the trigger what was 55.50. So put a dollar below that. Wow, this wave is just is there any news on this one? Trading higher after the company announced it was selected by an international energy company to conduct wave energy feasibility studies for the US coastline. Not mentioning the name of the company, but okay. So that's your news for wave. And you're looking left. Wow, it's got room. I mean, a little bit of room on the monthly chart anyway, to $3. Not saying it's going to get there. And that's about the same as on the weekly, maybe 290. Well, kind of watching this SUP, guys, as it holds over four. It's holding over four, a little extended, but let's see. Holding over four. The VWAP's at 388, so it's certainly above that. Had a nice couple of weeks. Nice week last week. An extension this week. No, I'm looking as a potential long on this one. Just the volume is a little light. I mean, the relative volume is great, 6.6, but it's a little light on the overall volume. Meanwhile, Wave just made another new high. Now this could be coming. Now this is the area right here. This is not shortable for me, unfortunately. I say that because this could be coming into a resistance area. Could be. Son of a gun. I forgot to keep watching Perry. All right, Perry, guys. PERI. Now, hammer down. This is a guidance play, okay? They don't release, I think, until May 1st, okay? And so this is a guidance play. Plunges after sliding the guidance due to changes from Microsoft Bing. So I don't know I'd have to really read, but stock not reacting well. Oh, Devin, it's got nothing to do with fundamentals. Okay. Question in our YouTube room. I don't look at fundamentals at all. What is it about Wave's fundamentals you like so much to go long? Nothing to do with fundamentals. I mean, they had some news, but I mean, I have no idea if they make money or lose money so it's not about fundamentals. It's just about the news for today. And then when you look left, and that's where it stalled. I mean, that's virtually where it stalled. That's all. No, I don't know anything about do I like the CEO? I know nothing about the company. Okay, other than what I can read. Okay, I'm not a fundamental person at all. Typically, intraday traders do not care about the fundamentals. So with Perry, let's see, where could it go down to before it hits any sort of support? Can't see it on the weekly. Have to go to a monthly now. Can't see it on a monthly. This is not a lifetime low, but I have to back this out. How far back do I have to go? Back in 2021. So there's a low of 1161. I've got to go back, over 4 years ago before we see those next lows. So again, do we care? All right, guys, don't look now, but DXYZ is on the move again. It had that massive pullback. but it is on the move again. And this is what I'm talking about. So it almost got to 100. I got to think within 61 cents or 50. Yeah, almost to 100. Pulled all the way back down to 72. And now it's starting to run again a bit. Yep, you certainly can. And there are shorts available, I think, at least there were. Yeah, 35,000 at Interactive Brokers. But yeah, you can make a lot, lose a lot on either side, going short or going long. Yeah, I got 61 cents, 61 cents to the 100 mark, and then that's where it stopped. Phew, well, guys, how about this MRT? MRT. Oh, I should be following this one a lot more closely, guys. MRT. The next high in the monthly chart was 130. So there is a ton of room, okay, for this one to keep going if it wants to. Let's take a look at the weekly, though. Yeah, you see, you can't even see it on the weekly. The next high in the weekly is 172. So there is room galore. Low, pretty low float, not crazy low, 38 million. That is for the MRT. No, okay, MRT. Is it? I don't think it's anywhere here. The reason being is that, yeah, it's 20. Oh, there it is. It's right there, MRT. Oh man, Perry, guys, Perry, PERI. More new lows. So this was a sub $1 stock on Friday at one point. It was the low was 85 cents or so, and closed at 109, which gets a lot of people like myself interested. Something that's over a dollar. Meanwhile, guys, wave just made another new high. Just made another new high. The big pullback down to 250, another new high. Now it's trying to take out. This is 299. So will it really clear this? So that news, guys, that news for Wave is just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. I always love it when they say a major international energy company. You know, they beg these guys to say, "Who can we put you in the press release?" And they said, must have said no. But anyway, there is the news for Wave. Hmm. Definitely watching this MRT, guys, just because of all the room it's got. Okay, MRT. Let's see if it has. It just kind of holds in this area. Again, when we look left, we saw just a ton of room. So be nice to see if there was some news on this one. I want to see if there was some news on Friday. Yeah, I don't see any. I don't see any news that happened on Friday for the MRT. STI looking good. Okay, I don't see STI anywhere. Let's take a look at STI. Well, nice run. Why am I not seeing it? 26% should be somewhere here. The relative volume is 0.24. That's the reason. Okay. Doesn't mean it's bad to trade, but yeah, STI. So it's not going to show up here. My minimum is 1. Definitely a nice move from this morning, 328 up to 424. Nice, great move this morning. Look at Perry, guys. PERI, another new low. MRT making its way penny by penny now, penny by penny. You know, this one, I when I was on my break, it triggered a BTTR. How disgusting was this? I remember this. This is almost should be on the do not trade list. I had an alert for 10 and I was watching it. Think, okay, maybe I'll take this while I'm on my break. 1067, and then it immediately dropped all the way down here and right back down to 6. Should be on my do not trade list. All right. Well, I'm glad I waited on the PPTA, guys. I was waiting on this area up here to see how well it held. So far, it's not holding that well, but I will put an alert around 6:11 for PPTA. See if it comes back later on in the day. Okay, guys. Well, I have a new link for you guys to take a look at. So I will first, well, okay, I'll get this link in. This is for the contest, guys. And it's sort of a bit of a combo, okay? Because you're going to get a bunch of days more than just the 3 days. So let me explain this. So this is for the, there we go. The Cashola Master Challenge. Okay, so this will start. There's Oliver. If you're in the room, Oliver won the last one, $2,400 gift certificate from Amazon. When does it start? Yeah, so we're adding a 10-day test drive to the contest. Okay, so this is like the old test drives where you have 10 trading days with trade ideas and a lot and cheaper. I mean, we we were charging 1111 before, but we're still only charging the 777. And when does that start? I wish it had. I want to say 17th, probably a Monday to the following Friday. At any rate, you can click on this and you can sign up for it. I mean, the contest itself is from the 23rd to the 25th. Okay, but you'll have access to the program. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Test drive begins at the open on April 19th and runs till the close on Monday, April 29th. So this is like the old test drives, we used to do for 10 days, but it's combining it with the contest. Okay. So if you want to try out trade ideas, all you have to do is just click on this link, click here and sign up. Costs you 777. Remember, it doesn't start. You'll get no data until April 19th. Okay. So what you're doing if you sign up right now is basically you're pre-registering. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I mean, I don't know why they sort of buried it in here, but there it is. So, this gives you an opportunity then to play around with trade ideas, get a little accustomed to it, and then, get ready for the contest that starts on the 23rd. And this month's trading contest, so you can go long or short, but you'll only have access to $100,000. Okay. In the past, it's been 100, but then we're giving you 4-to-1 margin. So in technical, you had access to $400,000. But this time, it's just $100,000. Okay. You have to trade at least 10 different symbols over over 3 days. You can only trade the same symbol 3 times. Okay, in any given day. And that's about it. Stocks have to be over a dollar. That's basically it. Whoever makes the most money at the end of the 3 days wins the $2,400. Okay, so that's the contest. You have any questions about it, just ask me. You can, and that link just happened today. Now, let's take a look at my homepage on all the other information you can find on it. And of course, if now this is also open to our standard subscribers, okay? It will cost us 777 and we'll upgrade you to our premium service for the 10 days. The other thing is when you sign up, anybody signing up, don't worry, at the end of the 10 days, you're not put into a subscription, okay? You have to make up, there'll be some kind of a promo code that you can use if you do want to take out a subscription, but we don't automatically put you into a subscription. Okay. All right. So clicking on my homepage link. So just I'm gonna remember to get this off the screen. Okay. Now, if you want your top list, if you do want to have the tree map displayed like this, so let me explain that. So any top list, not just this one, but any top list window, you can see I've checked the show tree map. Without that being checked, it's just a typical grid, which is fine. I mean, if that's what you want, you can still have that, of course. I just prefer this though. So if I right click on a top list window and I click on show tree map. Now, if you do not have that option that says show tree map, you'll have to download. You go to my homepage, download the latest beta. Okay, click on the download and right here, download beta. I've got my fingers crossed that it'll be in the production version by the time the contest starts. Okay. But just download the beta. Beta's fine. Now, if you click on my homepage link, once you get that out of the way, if you do want to see it like this, your topless windows displayed like this. Oh, here's a promo code you can use right now. If you want to take out a subscription, Barry 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you are new to trading or looking or relatively new, or maybe looking for a different take, you can take a look at this Trading 101, a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. Stock of the day that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. And before we look at my scans that I'm sharing, all I ask is this: if you decide that's at some point in the future, I don't care when, this afternoon, later on today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, if you take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Anybody using my promo code, the room gets credit. And the reason why that's important is we're always trying to keep this room free. Okay. And last, if you want my scans, if you click on my homepage link, here are the current scans that I'm sharing. The combo scan, I love this scan. And if you want it broken out, though, here it is. If you don't want in the combo format, the option activity scan on its own, and also the breakdown or the breakouts on their own. And here it is. Halts resumes right in the right here on my momentum scan that I show. And if you're looking for races, I do have a couple of races. I don't show the races anymore. I much prefer it looking like this. But there's some who still like the look of the races, and that's fine. And I've got a couple of races, a large cap one and a not small cap, but I mean, these are large cap, but these are stocks. These will be the biggest gainers regardless of the cap. So if you have any questions about, my scans or anything else, just ask. Remember, this is a trading room and also a support room. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this wave, wow, that's a big wow. That did not stop it really at all, that $3. New high after new high after new high, guys, for wave. How about this MMAT? I mean, I've seen it down here, only up 25%. Let's just take a look at this MMAT. Where could it go? Well, kind of see that on the daily chart, yeah, it's got some room, 450 or so. That's the next high, 450. Yeah, 450. So takes out four. It has a shot to the 450 mark before it hits the next high. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Boy, Sava, I haven't seen Sava in a long time. Alzheimer's. A lot of controversy, of course, about this one. But anyway, here it is, Sava. Next high in the monthly chart is 25, so about $2 away. But on the daily chart, a little bit closer, 23.80, 45 cents away. And that's when you get that high in there's that high on the weekly chart right here. Okay, guys, watching the MRT right now. See, it's had a little bit of a pullback. And let's see if this holds and then starts to run and then starts to run from there with the MRT. Meanwhile, UTI, I mean, this has got some room. I mean, 1617 is the next high looking left for UTI. And the volume is, decent, 1.75 times normal, not huge, but the volume is picking up a little bit here. What time is it right now? 1:43. So this has another minute and 15 seconds to close that candle, that volume bar. So it's approaching these ones. So there's still some enthusiasm with it. All right, guys. I'm gonna stick an alert around 142 for MRT. See if it takes that out later. So pretty, overall, pretty dull day in the market. I mean, the SPY is up just a bit, the Dow's up a little bit, NAS is up just a little bit. So pretty dull day in the market overall. Whereas these guys are not dull at all, and that's where Trade Ideas excels. I mean, I'm sure if you listen to the talking heads, they're going to say, "Ah, what a terrible day in the market. Nothing really happened." But of course, it is not true if you have Trade Ideas. Well, let's take a look at the SPY. Just out of curiosity, the SPY daily. Yeah, I mean, look at that. So, I mean, approximately 75 million on Friday, and we're only a third of that, and we only have what, a little over 2 hours. Yeah, so there's not a lot of excitement right now in the overall market. But again, you can't say that about with trade ideas. We can always find the things that are moving. Why that's happening? Just give me a moment. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why I'm getting cut off here. Oh, that's why. All right. Let me just How do you open the small window to search for a stock? Um, well, for instance, if you wanted to go into any chart, for instance, okay, if I start to type in any chart, so I'm just typing M. But if I wanted to check for, a stock, I could just start typing the name in here and I'll find it. And then I click on change and the stock will load into the chart. And if you're talking about this small window here, if you're looking at this small window here, then it'll automatically show up here also. So watch, and let's just say I wanted to type in Microsoft. I had no idea what Microsoft's symbol was. So I'm starting to type in MIC and then I see it right there. If I click on it, it's going to change in my charts and also here because it's linked. I don't think, yeah, I guess you can do the same thing. I've never done it that way because I always want to see the chart. But I guess if you just start typing in the little entry area, is if this is what you're talking about, William, if you just start typing right in there, it'll also start to bring up, whoops. So if I start typing in MIC and I can see Microsoft or anything that starts off with MIC. Does that help? Now, are you talking about opening this window in the first place? Because this is just a single stock window, new and single stock window. That's all that is. So, here's a single stock window. And remember, it looks like this because these are the filters that I like. Ah, okay. So you're talking about the little window. You're talking about so if I left click on the chart and I start to type, okay, that's what you're talking about, right? Okay. So it's really got nothing to the clicking, the left clicking is just telling the system what chart are you in when you want to start this. Okay. So I just left click. So I'm in this daily chart. Now these are all linked. If they weren't linked though, for instance, if I go to my spy chart, okay, and I left click and I start to type, you see how there, nothing is going to change over in these ones because this is unlinked, if that makes sense. So again, you left click on a chart and then you just start typing and the little window should pop up. Now, if it doesn't pop up, let me know. If it doesn't pop up for some reason, if it doesn't pop up when you start to type, hit the space bar and the space bar will cause it. Ooh, PPTA guys. Okay, just give me a moment. Ah, there's the MRT right back too. I can't get rid of this because the change is underneath. This is underneath and I can't here. So I'll just cancel out. Now I can see it. Yeah, I'm glad William. It's just that it's just not that intuitive. But once you do it a couple of times, then you just remember. All right, guys, MRT on the move here. A little bit on the move. MRT on the move. Aha! Look at ALCC now, guys. My goodness, it had a big pullback, but look at ALCC now. And just made a new high here. All right. Could this be the late day run? I mean, this is all about really, I think, Sam Altman. Okay. I don't think, I mean, it may have a little more to do with what the company they're merging with. It probably has obviously something to do with that, but I think it's got more to do with Sam Altman and OpenAI, et cetera. That this is his SPAC, in my opinion. As somebody pointed out to me, I did not know that. But somebody, then I actually did. I did do a check, and he absolutely, this is his SPAC. All right, guys. Well, I'm really want to see how this ALCC closes at the end of the day. Could it be one of those really, really crazy ones? Has to take out 17 again. All right, my mad guys. My MD, MYMD. Now, this has, to me, a lot of resistance around 285 ish, which is about 30 cents away. And it is starting. Look at the volume. Well, it looks big. It's only 23,000 shares. All right, guys, 2 o'clock almost. So again, I'll be here for another hour or so. William will keep the room open until about 4. Okay, guys, I'm kind of watching the ALCC to see if it takes out 17 again. Okay, guys, I'm going to take about 5 minutes off here. Okay, guys, so I'll be back at about 2:05. All right, guys, I'm back. PPTA, not a rocket ship, but definitely not bad from the combo. 609 on the alert, 622 now, 622, 625. Maybe it'll really start to pick up. Still kind of waiting on this ALCC. My feeling is that if it gets over 17 again, it could run, but I'm not taking it now. I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to do that, but that's why I have a price alert just over 17 for ALCC. All right, guys. Well, while I wait on the PPTA, see if it can have any further move, and waiting on the ALCC to see if it can get over 17. Just really not much to add here for me anyway. So what I'll do now then is just go over my homepage one last time, all the information you can find. First, I'll put the new link in for the contest. So a bit of a combo, guys. It's the contest plus the 10-day daily breakout. And it'll cost $7.77. And the grand prize is $2,400. It's a Amazon gift certificate, at least it has been. And we can't give out money, so we have to do it this way. But that's not bad. Oliver, you can see Oliver was the last winner. Paul before that, and Lazar. So, and it's basically, yeah, it's a stock picking contest. Now, the actual test drive starts on, why do they bury it? There we are. Test drive begins at the open April 19th and runs till the close on Monday, April 29th. It should be about 10 trading days, okay? And the contest itself, it runs from the 23rd to the 25th, 3 trading days, okay? And again, it's a stock picking contest. And it'll only cost $7.77. If you're a premium subscriber, like last time, I'm pretty sure it'll be the same. You'll be automatically enrolled into the contest. Okay, so you don't have to pay the 777. If you're a standard subscriber, you'll pay the 777. You'll get bumped up to premium, of course, and you can also partake in the contest. And if you don't have trade ideas at all, it's a great opportunity to try us out for the 10 trading days. and also the contest. I mean, you don't have to go into the contest, but why not? So that's the contest. And now my homepage. How many? I don't know. Several hundred, but I really don't know. I can't remember how many were in the last contest. But it's kind of fun because what I do during the contest is I basically have a leaderboard, and the leaderboard is fascinating to watch for the 3 days. You can see people who are like like we've had people who are way ahead on the first and second day who drop off completely. You don't even see them in the top 10. So it's a lot of fun, actually, for me to display the leaderboard and comment on it. But I don't know how many people were in. Yeah, I don't know how many people were in. But again, it's an opportunity for those who don't have trade ideas at all, or who have our standard subscription, to try out the AI also. So it's not just that; it's a combination again of the test drive and the contest. So I put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, I know I repeat this over and over again, but man, oh man, we had so many emails come in over the weekend. So if you want this presentation of a top list window like this, what we call a tree map. So again, you right click on any top list window. If you right click and you do not see show tree map as an option, then you must download the latest beta. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, go to the top, see where it says download and download beta. Okay. Then you have access to that option. Again, if you don't care about that, if you like the way the grid is, if you just like it like this, sorry, if you like it like this, that's fine, okay? I don't like that anymore. It's that simple. I do like it like so I can see these symbols just, they're basically screaming at me all day long. So there's that, and if you wanna take out a subscription, here it is, Barry 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You must do the get started, 10 short videos, trading 101, you new to trading, a whole series of videos that'll, I think, help you get you started about understanding how to read charts, etc. Stock of the day video that I do, trade of the week, free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here, and here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, have any questions about something? Just let me know. MRT guys, MRT, lost sight of it. MRT. So here's one, ANL. ANL. I don't think I've seen this one. Okay, actually, on the way down. Wonder why it's showing up. Well, you're right. They don't have to be moving higher, but this is still up 33%, but not of interest. Oh, you're right. It is here, ANL. You're right. All right, let's take a look at CURI, see if this has any curiosity, curiosity stream. What do they do? No, something we all should do. Science, history, society, nature, lifestyle, technology. Uh, that sounds actually like an interesting little website. Never heard of it before, I don't think. 28. I think I've seen the symbol before, but I don't think I really knew what they did. All right. Ah, my favorite thing, right? LGVN announcing a financing before the market closes. LGVN. Yeah, look at that. I hate that. 5.25 million, 235 a share. Anybody still holding is getting crushed now. Guys, ALCC close and close, close and close, closer and closer to 17. Guys, ALCC over 17 now. Watch this for a late day run. Time is it right now? 217. I think it's just because of the guy, all right? I mean, I don't know if it's I don't really think it's because of OKTO, but it's because this Sam Altman is behind this. This is his SPAC. And I guess he's perceived to be some kind of a smart guy. Okay, another one, guys, going is TPCS. TPCS is on on the move here. TPCS on the move. Next highs are wow around 540 or so. Actually, 530 is the next high, so it's very close to that. Look at the volume today. I mean, it doesn't trade very much. 48 times normal. That 437,000 represents 48 times normal. All right, we've got a couple on the move now, guys. PPTA, guys, PPTA on the move. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I think we've got a winner. I mean, I think it's a great winner. I think we've got a really nice winner in the PPTA, guys. I mean, that is a great percentage move, and the ALCC starting to move also. But I think I love that. I mean, the PPTA, I didn't think it would be this dynamic, but it has turned out to be very dynamic. And if I'd had a little more time to pay attention, the MRT was another really nice one from this 135 mark. I mean, 20-cent move on a 135 stock is excellent, obviously. Really made it more than a billion in Reddit. Wow. Where's Reddit? Still in the 40s or in the 30s now? Nah, still 46. Okay. So what was the IPO again? It was at 30, it was 34 or 36. So I think it's still above the IPO price, I believe. It might have been 38, 36 or 38, 34. There you go. Thank you, Casa. Where was draw today? It's funny. Looking in the pre-market, I usually see you and where were you? Usually see you and him posting all sorts of stuff on the pre-market, and he wasn't there today. Neither were you in the pre-market anyway. Another one that I just lost sight of. I mean, like they're not rocket ships necessarily, but look at the SUP. This was something I was watching around 408. I don't know where it's going, but I mean, it's just a lot of good stuff, guys. Really, even though the market. I mean, look at the market, just basically flat. Look at the SPY. If you were thinking, "Wow, look at this SPY," well, nothing. All right, guys. Let's see if this ETAO, if it, well, even this one, even this one has a chance getting up maybe over the 540 mark. Because remember now, it hit 730 before it pulled all the way back down here. I'm going to stick an alert around 541. I know it's giving up a lot right now, but that might get it running. And look at the volume is starting to pick up. Give me a moment, guys. Right. Okay, UCAR. Let's see what UCAR is doing. Let's see if it can. Yeah, I doubt if it's going to do too much. I mean, look, if it takes out maybe seven later, maybe. But look at the volume. I mean, it's done. Ever since that initial thrust at 9:15, that was pre-market. But ever since then, the volume has just dwindled. Okay, guys. So I've got about half an hour left, or even less. I know I've been knocking off a little bit earlier than even 3 o'clock. Depends on how active it is. If there are questions, I'll hang around. If not, I usually try to take off just a little bit earlier, even from 3. We'll get into earnings season next week. I don't think that those earnings plays are not going to be that fun. I don't think. And we have a bunch of the big banks. Then the following week, we start to get into it, and I think then for the following, and it's great because it'll be during the contest and also during the test drive. We got a lot of really interesting earnings releases. The interesting ones for me are those second, third, and fourth tier companies that aren't followed that much, but the day they have earnings, they can really go crazy one way or the other. And that's when our AI starts to pick up on that. The AI is not Our AI is not looking for earnings plays, but I mean a stock that usually gaps, there is gapping for a reason. And usually the gap is because, well, there's some news, and a lot of it, of course, is because of earnings. So can't wait to get back into the full blown earnings season. Yeah, just to give you an idea, there are only about 40 companies releasing earnings this week, an entire week. When we're into earnings season, we get, five, six, seven, 800 during the week. So we're only at about 40 companies this week releasing earnings, probably a little less actually. So, and just, I should have checked to see what it is for next week. Again, it's just the big banks. I don't really, quite frankly, I don't really care that much about the big banks, but next week we've got 100. Okay, so this week we have 40 companies approximately. Next week we have 100, and it'll just increase from there. Will I look at EHang, EH? Huh? We saw EH early in the day. Haven't really seen it since. Well, it had a big, big run. Yeah. So, yeah, massive run all the way up to 22. And then it came all the way back down to 19 and a half. So, I mean, a big drop. So, I mean, maybe it's put in a base. Probably, if I had to take it, I would have to wait for a break of 20. But that is a big, big pullback. They did have some news announced that the obtained the production certificate for its pilotless eVTOL, vertical takeoff and landing, by the Civil Aviation Administration of China. Well, it's psychological, Ashish. I mean, something that breaks, that's a whole number. We're just underneath it. For me, I'm not saying to take the trade if it breaks 20, but I would have to wait for it to break 20. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:32. So yeah, so I might take off at about quarter two, 10 to quarter two, but I'll always stick around if there are questions. Definitely a lot more active than I thought it would be on a Monday. Not that Monday is necessarily inactive, but you never know from day to day. Yeah, the same sort of thing. I mean, it obviously even before that. I mean, the question is the 17, but not so much. That could have been just the high. Okay, I mean, the high is the high of the day before that was 1724. So that's why I said, okay, let's see if it get up to 17. Number one. Ooh, there's the ETAO, but I think it has more to do with taking out the high of the day. Also, be that a whole. I mean, I just wanted to know about it once it got to 17. That's why I had an alert set there. ETAO, ETAO. So, okay. So there you go. So now, very, very choppy though. Very, very, very choppy. Now let's take a look at the spread. 527, 535. Not terrible for something that moves so quickly. You see how it just tightened 535, 536. Again, this is from now. Look at that though. Yeah, this is a little too whippy for me. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, this blue screen, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales, but look at that spread now. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. I mean, it may go crazy, and that's what happened here. The spread wasn't great, but didn't matter so much. But, will people get attracted again to it after what happened? Take a look at Intel, sure, INTC. This is from Dale in our YouTube room. What do you want me to say about this one? Terrible downtrend through the 200-day moving average on the daily. Obviously, it had a bit of a bounce from the 38 level, but not much. I mean, that looks bigger than it is. I mean, there's 38. It's only at 38.23. You see, I don't look at stocks like Intel that much, just because of the float, 4.2 billion in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. So I'm not really sure what else to say. But there's no question. I mean, Intel's just been hammered down over the last 3 days. Well, 4 days now. 4 days down. This was has earnings coming up through the 200-day. I mean, this is really turning into a very weak stock now. Now, is Intel going away? Probably not. Relative volume is 1.2, so it's trading, a little bit more than normal. How ugly did this get? The Life W. It's awesome when it was up here, 264. Look, but that is just a massive drop. I mean, it's still up 15%, but man, that is a big, big drop. Yeah, I mean, and it actually has a fairly big float. I mean, 60 million. I want to make sure of that because it's certainly not a low float. So that's a pretty big move with that sort of a float. Yeah, so our float might be wrong because that was a pretty big move for 60 million. The other site has 9 million, so that's a pretty big difference. Take a look at APVO now. I know that was flying high earlier, but I don't even see it anymore down here. Yeah, a lot. Wow, ugly. That's really ugly. Really, really ugly. Not even. I mean, this is just like cascading down. Like I mean, almost gapping down. 488. Ugly. And again, I'm gonna check the website. I want to see what they have for float information for APVO. It's about the same. 670,000. We've got 570. So that is, that is that's okay. So that is the float. Say 5 to 600,000. All right, you guys are talking about Riley. Boy, Riley has didn't really know anything about this company until several months ago, and all of a sudden it started doing crazy things. This is back in actually, yeah, it's back in November of last year. I remember this. So now, yeah, so I mean, it's an ugly looking daily chart, a little bit better on the weekly. So let's take a look. You guys are talking about, so that's why you're talking. Well, there's 41. The next high to break would be around the say 29 mark. That weekly high right there, 29. In fact, right on 29. Okay, guys, it is now quarter two. I'm just wondering if there are any questions. I will stick around. If not, I think I will take off. That allows me also maybe to, come back and do some trading on my own. I take off and then maybe take out some trades on my own. Don't do it that often, but glad I held off on the ETAO. Okay, so what I'll do now then is I will put the main room, the link for the main room in our YouTube room, so you guys can head over if you want. I'm assuming the sound was pretty good all day. I only had the one not complaint, but it's funny. Um, where was I? Oh, I want to put the trading room and support. Okay, guys. So there is the trading room link. Okay. So for those of you who are in our YouTube room right now, if you want to head over, you can. I'm going to be shutting down you guys. I have to shut down the YouTube room. I cannot keep that open, but William will keep the other room open until about 4 o'clock. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. I'm going to shut down the screen sharing and put myself on mute. Now for the YouTubers, the same thing.